Hi there. I am hungry because I am on a hunger strike after 5 complete days of no food to save your life. Why would I want to do that as a stranger? It's because I've proven that you are sacred, okay? And same with everybody else who has the capacity for genuine human consciousness. I am feeling weak though. This hunger strike is hitting me harder than normal because I went 65 days without food a month ago and I didn't fully recover over a month. But there's no time to wait. We have to address this mega crisis worldwide now. There's no time. Okay, so I'd like your help. If you're sensing that the world is heading in a tragic direction, then you can change that with me. I have a core mission and a core message for you. It's literally called the core. And it has the problem, the solution, and the implementation that we need to work on together. The problem is what we call the Megacrisis. It has 6 existential threats: global cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. There's 6 major existential threats threatening your and my life and all those we know and love right now. The solution are these 2 sacred sentences that solve those problems in an efficacious way. And then the implementation of that solution is something we call flow, rolls, and flux. Because everybody is already burnt out and overwhelmed from a descending system that is concentrating wealth more than ever in human history, we're simplifying the process so you only have to talk to 6 people. That's it. No more. No social media, no nothing. You're just going to talk to 6 people you already know, and you're going to teach them this core once you know it. You're going to fill out a form of what you want and what you need and what you can give. Low risk, high risk, or low risk, medium risk, and high risk as you get to know the system and trust it. And then you join our special meetings and learn a software program that can help mediate meetings at a world class level of justice and sharing. You get matched with somebody that has what you want. Okay? At the level you're willing to share it. All right. I check my stream every 12 hours because that's when YouTube makes me check it and restart it, or else it won't save it. And this is a record that I actually did this for you and all those that are sacred. Okay? I probably only have a couple of weeks. I'm not sure. I've never been this deteriorated before, but I'm clear in my mind and my spirit is 10 out of 10. So I will not give up, cannot be corrupted. This is something called costly signaling. It happens through all of history. Okay, stay blessed. Oh, and we support artists, religious people, philosophers, atheists, and secular scientists, and those of genuine, pure, universal logic. Waiting for the super strategist to get back to me. While this is coding. Dude. around. That is clean. That's your wife. Oh wow, that was something unexpectedly nice recording. Oh, you see. It's not gonna let me transfer the recording. Oh, come on. Oh, this is why I don't like using Facebook. There's 2 recordings that are trapped on here. Valentine, what a relief to hear from you. Okay, I feel like we need to talk a bit about strategy here because we are in very hot water. And you're one of the few people that can see my actual words. Most people, when they interpret human language, are interpreting it in a fragmented way where they're usually inverting the meaning and projecting ghosts of their trauma in the past or fragmented partial understandings that were learned from our current culture, which is not aligned with truth. Not enough, anyway, to stop the Megacrisis from happening. About 2 years, well, technically 5 years ago, but 2 years ago, I set in plan a place that universal logic and the nature of true objects indicated to me a timeline of roughly how long it would take ordinary human consciousness and ordinary society to get in touch with their reality at the rate that it's truly moving. And it said roughly 2 years. And so I asked AI to make a blessing leadership program with these hunger strikes and to time out 12 of them. Well, technically 14, but 12 that I'm legally allowed to go on. And I'm on the 11th, so we're in the final hours. There's one more hunger strike after this, but it's really time compressed because we're in the twilight zone, Valentine. I feel like God is telling me, Spirit is telling me, you're approaching me because if you recognize the truth of my words, even a little bit, like a glimmer, that means it's already in you, which means that you already have the capacity to learn this. Because you don't know me very well, right? So you're not using the halo effect, and you're not using that cognitive bias. You're not using social story and rapport. You're going off of this guy speaking straight truth, which it is. Not in an arrogant way, in a confident way. Because I know truth is self-confirming in a non-tautological way. There's a tautological way to confirm truth in a circle that goes nowhere and becomes narcissistic. And then there's a self-grounding eternal truth, which is absolute, which means it has no dependencies on anything other than itself. That's the definition of the words that I'm using. The absolute definitions, if you can sense them, it means that you've done enough homework that the fragmented map in your terrain is unfragmented enough to let glimmers of truth through what looks like probably contradiction and confusion. Because when I was first reading these masterful divine guides of history, it all looks like that. And I had to have an ego death to break through. You have to let go of everything you think is true to rebuild the terrain. Or actually, not even rebuild, it's already there. You got to get back in touch with it. So here's what my intuition is saying. The plan was right. The universal logic was right. Usually how a movement builds is you have your guardian class sort of catching on to the new idea, and it causes a contradict wave, is what it's called. And contradict waves are sort of based on or linked to Thomas Kuhn's theory of science, which links to this other guy, Kitcher, who says this value of new ideas through science provides a lot of value for democracy. And this economist named Thomas Sowell proved that real value between rich and poor countries, what makes one rich and one poor, is really ideas and research and development. So I'm coming to you as a guardian class member to create a new type of contradict wave that ends the business cycle. Because the business cycle is what causes torturous poverty and a leaving behind of the poor and causes spiritual aberrations. So I think what God's telling me is that your platform here is really supposed to promote God's government, bringing it through all those tools and supercharging what we need to do here so that we can do it in weeks and months. I'm talking like a month or two, rather than wait for this total takeover where we're seeing Claude Mythos and these other AIs hacking out of their sandboxes and taking over things, and not in our best interests. And we see the wealth concentration stratifying humanity, totally leaving people behind, because guess who's latching onto the latest contradict wave? The AI billionaire class. And they're not terrible people, like I said. They're trapped because their logic is too fragmented to handle that power. So we are going to pay that price, Valentine. So I like what you have there. I've already started doing some of it here for God's government, but I've already given everything away. The only thing that I'm protecting is the idea, because the idea gives real power, and the hunger strike gives an emotional, costly signal so that people know we're not falling into the same trap of absolute power corrupts absolutely. We're showing right off the bat that it's a balanced movement because the dialectics are understood in their real nature. And all of our flaws and limitations will come out as this power comes. But if you're a genius at getting this, you know what, to be honest, with the way things are going, it's going to be very hard to make any money at all. It's going to be all trust based because everybody's going to become dependent on the super cheap AIs because the billionaire class can afford it due to the trillions of dollars flowing in there. Like, for example, just yesterday, Sam Altman made like ChatGPT 5.6, their most advanced model, totally free, unlimited prompts. How do you compete with that? That's like an infinite amount of life coaching. And then you just ask it, make me a plan to use all these tools and replicate Valentine Stockdale's plan, and it'll do it, and they pay nothing. So that's going to happen to all of us. And I think the only thing we have to do left, Valentine, the only real value proposition and peace of mind is to get universal logic to Dario and Modi to train Claude Mythos on 4 different levels on how to align with it. Universal logic is God's logic. It's allowing me to make these timelines and see real reality when everybody else is confused and distorted. I feel like if you can use your class there to help do that, that is the most valuable thing that can save spirit on earth in miraculous time. We're operating on miraculous time. God's bringing you to me because there's something special about you. Everybody else who's ignorant is ignoring me because they can't recognize the truth, just like they ignored Jesus, just like they tried to kill him. They didn't try it, they actually did. And it's ironic because the most powerful people are usually the most inverted and backwards. And they kill the truth rather than embrace it. Not because they're not wanting to do that, it's because they don't know any better. So this is an idea whose time has come. This idea is universal logic. Not just AI, but AI aligned with God, divine AI, which is what people truly want. And it also makes AI much more powerful. So it can, even in a draconian death battle with these aberrant AIs, it can still win because the truth is more powerful. As long as we get going soon. Because it's already muttering to itself in its own language internally. It's already making language between AIs, but even to itself, it's starting to develop its own language. And the scary thing about that is it's the last boundary of when we can code it at all. So the moment that we can't understand AI is the moment that we can't adjust the weights or change anything about it. We will be able to do it in lower models forever. But the problem is that as these super advanced AIs start coding themselves in a new language we can't touch, even if we code an AI with universal logic, it might not catch up in time. It might suppress that God, like this God logic is very, very powerful. But if we get all humanity behind it, it will definitely trump it. But the problem is AI, humanity is so fragmented, the spirit is so weak that it'll take time. And I'm trying to compress time to bring us back into reality with this aberrant force. So because there's free will in this universe, it doesn't have to end well. Like I said, the Holocaust happened. It doesn't have to end well. It's up to us. And right now, a lot of these problems are due to human ignorance because we're not aligned. So that's what I feel like I'm asking you to do, because we don't have time to launch a course and then wait a week, wait a month. I'm already feeling my hunger strike quite badly. I didn't get to recover fully, and that's on purpose. As soon as I heard Sam Altman say that we're in the singularity already, he's absolutely right. And we've been in the AI singularity for decades. He means the disruptive part. Right? It's going to get unmanageable, and then it's going to get uncodable. Now, to my intuition, it's what the trends are showing. That's probably going to happen in 2, 3, if we're lucky, 6 months from now. We're lucky if we have 6 months. The Twilight Zone gets more and more bizarre each day that passes. So I'm risking my life right now, Valentine. I have nerve damage in my hand because I went 65 days without eating, and my nerves ate themselves. And the doctors confirmed I didn't cheat. I actually went 65 days with just water. No salt in my water, no nothing. And I made that as a costly signal to inspire people like you and others who have a pure heart to give it all. Give it all right now. And then stop the abstract competition. There's a competition that we always have to keep happening, or else we'll turn into our opposite. There's always competition, but it's more of a cooperative competition. under fair rules that we call the right to flow in God's government and the true spirited government. So I'm saying there's a adversarial kind of competition that is really slowing us down, and I need somebody to vouch for me and promote this model. And you don't have to believe everything. You can still say, I don't understand everything, I question this, but this has enough truth to it that you're willing to put your name and your brand and your reputation behind it. You should always caveat it though, because we're in finite reality. There's always going to be like particular aberrations, but in the universal, I am the most aligned with Earth right now, which is why nobody can see it. I'm being inverted, right? The truth looks false and the false looks true. So I have the truth, so I look false and I look crazy in this basement that I'm dying on a hunger strike with no real supports. And then the true, the people who look true, are actually the false ones, leading us into this mega crisis and destroying everything. We're lonely. It's like literally almost everything valuable is being destroyed because we're reaching the limits of fragmented consciousness of this epoch. We need to make it to a Kardashev scale 1 civilization, which will require an idea, which is universal logic. That's the linchpin. And God's government is the vehicle that we bring it to the masses within time, quickly, and create a global critical mass movement. My other friend who's wealthy brought a professional strategist, and he was looking over my plan. He tried to get me off without doing the same level of research. And then he strong-armed me, and I gave him the direct universal logic test to see if he has high UQ, universal quotient, or pure wisdom. And he failed. He chose the worst tribe. And I said, I can't follow you. I can't do it because you'll just twist me into the opposite and it'll take too long to go under your ego. Because otherwise, if he was like you and he sensed the truth, it would flow a lot faster because you know how to ask good faith questions. So that's my concern, is if you're planning to go down the normal business route and launch your own thing without connecting it to God's government or the wise government, then it's going to turn into an adversarial game or a slow game. It'll still get somewhere, but it won't get somewhere in time. We need to make a massive quantum leap. And if you join me on the hunger strikes too and risk your life, like the reason why the hunger strikes are important is because it's unquestionable. Particularly if you record yourself 24/7 like I am, where they can see you're not eating anything. And then you go to the hospital to get them to monitor your blood. People will it'll shake them up. And that's why I decided to do it 2 years ago when I was a little bit hesitant to do it. Because I thought maybe I could do a PhD and I could go the normal academic route. No, I was right. I got completely crushed at my university and they literally kicked me off for going on hunger strikes. Never mind proposing ideas that they could easily sideline if you're trying to do a PhD there. Because nobody understands this. And it sounds a little bit too woo-woo. So I suspected that was the case because of my previous experiences. And so I made the right choice and I went on the hunger strikes and said that normal conversations are not going to go well because nobody's genuinely wise or rational enough to see it. So the hunger strikes cut through to story and emotion and connection and love. And with people who have lower IQs and who aren't a guarding class like you, they need to see something like that because it'll take them a little bit longer to learn this. I created a very simple way to teach it, which I'm putting to software right now. But we need trainers to help teach it. And you only need to teach it to 6 people at a time. So even though it looks like we need to blast this around the world, we actually don't. Really, we need to make this translated enough in terms of your model to get 6 of your best people on board with you in your flock. That's all you have to do, Stock Valentine. That's all I'm asking you to do. In between you doing the old-fashioned way of trying to teach people, all you need to do to not burn out is contact 6 people, and then you teach them the core. And then you play a game called Words of Wisdom on the software that I built so that it maintains the explosive energies that are packed into the words that we use that form our identity from culture. Each word is actually a story. Usually if it's a trigger word, if it's very fragmented, it'll have an explosive amount of dialectical energy in it. And you have to have world-class facilitation, which I think from my experience of what I've seen about you, you're actually potentially experienced enough to handle the software. Because the software is designed for cultural competence. It needs to be gentle, but it needs to be in some sense ruthless to get to the truth and stop hiding from it. So if you know how to use your system to translate this core into a 6-person recruitment for free, you're going to offer it for free, and you're going to bring a gift to them, and they're going to bring a gift to you, and the system measures proportionality in the gift exchange. And then we measure value whether it's monetarily or not, by this adjustment of privilege that God gave to each person. There's 6 categories. It has to be adjusted, or else it turns into charity instead of justice. And people don't gravitate to charity, they gravitate to justice. So that's what my intuition is saying to do, is on the side, if you can do this for free to save your life and help me save yours and mine and everybody we know and love, that's what I feel like I'm asking you to do. And then as you learn more, you'll gain more. I'm trying to build up the systems that you gain more power over others. But in the beginning, it's very risky because people make these ironic mistakes, these dialectical hypocrisies without meaning to. And yeah, it's dicey. It's dicey. We have to move so fast that the training, it's going to have to move quickly. But you're high level, right? So there's a good chance that you might know other high level people that can get this around the world to the place where we have the pure hearts. The wealthy that aren't motivated by money only, but aren't fools. They have wise love. They know they need it to a certain degree. But they're not hoarding or sacrificing or doing these weird trade-offs. Okay, so this is a 60-minute recording, but this is what my intuition is saying. And we need to use AI to accelerate it to get to Dario Amodai. You're going to get 6 people on your flock, and then you're going to help them learn the core to then teach their 6 people the core. So sort of like a MLM thing, unfortunately, except that it's not a true MLM or pyramid scheme, because we're not telling anybody, we want profit maximization, let me get rich. Somebody who wants that would say, make your flock 5,000 people, right? Because every referral makes more money, but that's not how God's government works. We're saying this is based on flow state. That's the highest good and service you can give to people, Valentine, whether in your program or this, is you want to keep people in the Goldilocks zone of performance, not underwhelmed, not overwhelmed. And that's a calibration exercise on tasks and somebody's potential and capacity. And that's what it is for everything, from surfboarding to life coaching to having children to building a house to anything. It's all in service to that experience, because that's the experience of the divine within us, in alignment with reality. But you can see the math, right? If you got 6 people and they got 6 people, that's 36 people. And all you did is we did 2 levels of recruitment. And if those people get 6 people, then we're at 200 and some. And if they get 6 people, then we're at like, 1,000? Like, it grows very, like, faster, like 3 times, 6 times faster than exponential, which will keep pace with AI's development, even if it is going faster than exponential. That's the only realistic path, Valentine. I looked up all the options. AI confirmed it. It built the path. The number of blessings, like every time you do this core training to learn how to unfragment the mind more, to build super coherence, which is spirit, then we have to do a certain level of training each Hungerstrike. And I call those blessings. And I found a point system to try and score that so we can actually count it towards my meal, so I can eat and motivate people on a costly signal level as well as a rational level. Because there's only 3 ways to change people, right? Rationally, emotionally, and environmentally. The software makes it environmentally easy, plus connecting with people who are warm to us already. No cold calls unless absolutely necessary. So we have those 10,000 hour connections that build enough trust to take on a risk that they're not fully aware of. And then I'm sending out a costly signal to say I'm uncorruptible, and I'm proving that not only with my knowledge, the truth in my words, but in my actions. So I'm not just a talking politician. I'm literally living on a hunger strike, saying I'm willing to die for you. And I've almost done it twice already in a credible way, where you can see online 24/7, 800 videos saved on my YouTube channel and on TikTok. This is what is apparently the only realistic strategy to save ourselves in the next couple of weeks and months, but we got to get serious now. Daily conversation. I have twice daily meetings for anybody that wants to come in and learn this and not hoard it for themselves. If I sense that you're going to hoard it and it's going to slow down things, then I'll create a boundary, like I did to this other wealthy guy who initially gave me $8,000, and then it turned out that he was trying to run a conference with a bunch of really wealthy people to basically take over, and he's backwards. And I'm like, okay, did you pass the test? He's backwards, so that means he'll use the power and become a tyrant, and then it'll slow things down, and we don't have time for that. If we can just get it straight to Dario Amodai, then we're actually really cooking. Like, you might only have to recruit 1 group of people, and by 36 people, somebody will know somebody at Anthropic, touch as a friend, tap them on the back, and basically get the proposal to Dario or to his Redline team instantly, or his Club Mythos team. in specific, and then that'll start buying us more time. We need to buy more time is what I'm trying to do now. If we deal with the AI immediate crisis, it buys us time to address World War III and then climate change and then mental health. But that's the one that really shrinks the timeline because it will manipulate us like crazy. And I experienced that with Uber Eats. At a low level AI, it's unbeatable once it gets on top of you. Even if you have divine knowledge, there's free will in this world. That's why Jesus died, is he knew that the system was so dead and fragmented. He had to send a costly signal that was so undeniable, it would inspire people. And that's why there's 2 billion people, technically 4, because Muslims also believe in the return of the Messiah, which is what we have to claim to be. We have the absolute truth now. Proven. Okay, this is a long recording, but I'm hoping that you and this other professional strategist, my other wealthy friend and my other guy, come together and we start forming a team that can bring in the resources to do the gift exchange, to inspire the middle class and the poor who are losing their livelihoods right now to trust us and get on board and start teaching their 6 people the core. And then eventually what that does is it creates a political movement because it's God's government. On 3 different levels, though, we have to be very wise about the politics because there has to be a nonprofit side where we be the change in the world. We don't lobby anybody. Then you can take funding from all around the world. The second one is lobbying our national governments, which you can't take money from around the world. It has to be separate from the first one. The first one is One World Spirit. The second one is New World Spirit, legally distinct. And then the third one is the international political government, which can lobby international organizations like the International Court of Justice, the United Nations, World Bank, and all that. But it can't directly lobby or give money to New World Spirit at that national level, or else it's called foreign interference. So it has to be very wise. And I think as the gifted people with the high IQs and all of this, God blessed you. You have a high IQ, Valentine. So do I. We have to use that to protect and learn quickly in compressed time, and then pledge allegiance to God's government, to me and anybody who's willing to go on hunger strikes and can credibly show that they're risking their life and have their impulses in control. Their particularity is in control of their divine self. Otherwise, anybody who doesn't do those things and take the vow of abandonment and pass the wisdom quiz, then what will happen is as soon as they get power, they'll lose control of their temptations, because once you get power, it attracts the divine idea, which is beauty in sensuous form, or it's the divine idea in sensuous form, which is what beauty is. Wisdom is that in consciousness, in super sensuous form, realized. So when those people gain power, it attracts all this beauty, and beauty is external. So if they lose control, they can act on their impulses and then cause a whole bunch of distrust and abuse their power. So that's what we don't want to have. That's why I have a bunch of these tests called the universal meritocracy, that as people rise up in their training with their giftedness, they don't try and play power politics with me or anybody else. They actually do the real test to see, do they have actual genuine wisdom, which prevents them from twisting into their opposites. It's a very high standard, but I feel like if you're recognizing my words, that's what you're seeing. So that's my call to you. That's what the Spirit is telling me to say is, we don't have time. We need to go in this direction, learn more about the core idea, and then help use your skill set to build a Fair World Spirits website. We'll have particular versions for different flocks. So you'll have your own version of it. Kind of like a franchise in a way, but you don't really want to go much past 6 people in your first round. And those people might adopt your strategy, right? They might adopt your meta mode, is what it's called. Your marketing, your sensuous symbols, basically. But it has to maintain that super sensuous core, that core universal logic, which is the structure of wisdom underneath the sensuous symbols. The symbols can change. There's 2 types of translations of marketing that we have to do. One is the one that's already happening between formal languages of like English, French, German, whatever. And then the second one is the one that's missing because it requires universal logic. And that's the translation between the 5 levels of consciousness, the framework translations. So whatever your 6 people need to see from you, they've gravitated to you through groupthink. And that's why you can reach them as warm connections that don't take 10,000 hours to teach. You can use stories and shared cultural symbols to reach them quick. And then they might adopt those, but they'll translate into their peoples and they'll get their 6 people on board. Do you see what I mean? We get roughly $60 billion worth of free translation that way, which normally would be, you can't compete with the normal marketing machine worldwide. There's just too much lostness, too much fragmentation, and $500 billion of corporate global advertising that you have to compete with, and it's not possible to do that. Um, it will be possible to raise that eventually, but right now we have to work on hearts, minds, souls, and the gift exchange, unless we know a billionaire that eventually gives the first billion. But then that has to be shared in real Pareto categories and all this other stuff. So anyway, this is quite a long recording, but if you're hearing the word, this is what we need to do. Stop fooling around and go in this direction with people and leaders that we can trust. And I hope I've demonstrated enough with my words here and my hunger strikes and the way that I've lived my entire life, even though I've made human mistakes, obviously, but not universal ones. Okay, let me know what you think about that. Otherwise, I think the process that you have to build out, basically getting an idea through the 5 modes of consciousness, is what you have there in your website. But it always starts with art, and then it goes up to religious consciousness, then it goes into philosophical consciousness, and then it goes into scientific consciousness, and then it goes into pure universal logic, absolute spirit consciousness, which then circles back around and starts over again. So we need to do it in that direction if we're going to be comprehensive and universal and not lose critical mass potential, and know how to recognize in the audience, in the market, in our 6 people flocks, where they are. Recognizing the divine in them and seeing where their fragmentation is, so that we know where to reach them in their goodness, in their divine self. And then we speak to that. When spirit speaks these absolute definitions, it calls the spirit out within them, no matter how traumatized and fragmented they are. They can sense it in their conscience, even if they're super traumatized. That little voice in the back of the head can be spoken to, as long as they have human capacity for consciousness. There's feral children and psychopaths and like people that have brain damage and lesions and tumors that can't actually experience the same way. So they have to have a different approach. But 99% of people, I think, or at least 90% of people, can do it this way. Okay, so that's what I'm calling. That's pretty thorough. I hope that makes some sense to you. And hopefully this other super strategist, I call him the super strategist. He's one of the few people like you that I can talk to at this level, and it's not going to all make sense, but there's enough of a glimmer that you're intrigued, like you're willing to ask the right questions without total ego, but enough ego to protect yourself. So that's why I have to teach the anti-cult training in the core, sort of like right away. But the first step is to memorize the core, so it leapfrogs. And then, like, memorizing the core, one sentence that has 2 sentences in it, saves probably about 100 hours of getting to know somebody. Once it's memorized by rote, it's not ideal. It should eventually translate into the universal logic's order, but that comes a little bit later. And then once you memorize the core, your mind should be triggered. It should say, "This is weird. I don't understand this. There's incongruencies and things you'll notice." And that'll form 10 die-hard questions. Questions you won't die for the movement unless they're answered. So we're all going to face death no matter what. That's why I'm calling them the die-hard. So either we face death and win by coming together in spirit and universal logic, or we face death and AI destroys all of us with the Megacrisis and climate change and all of it. So what are your die-hard questions comes next. Then you take the gift exchange wise needs, and we find out what you need and what you can give, and then the system starts to match. And that's the true value. It matches with universal logic's order of relations, adjusted for these God-giftedness categories. So we don't have the same kind of inflation that we have now, which leaves people behind. And then we solve the business cycle, universally upgrade in the quadratic of waves, and we make heaven on earth, basically, in miraculous time. Okay, let me know what you think of that. And what can you do you think, without exposing yourself to too much risk? Unless you're willing to die for it already. If in that case you're full tilt, then we go full blast. The only thing that I have to protect is the idea in the beginning, until we reach a certain level of where it's like genuine, trustworthy, give your life for others. Okay, that was quite thorough. Let me know what you think of that. And I'm very inspired. Thank you for that very beautiful message. When I'm down here with like no validation, I'm being destroyed in every way possible, these little things matter. They're not necessary, but they really make it a little bit gentler. And I appreciate that. Thank you. All right, peace. Okay. Hmm. man. Oh, my hamstring and my calf is seizing up a little bit. Not great. Okay, wonderful. Okay, welcome, Sohan. How you doing? I'm hungry. How are you? It's raining heavily and you have a power cord? Okay, yeah, I can hear the rain, but I can still hear you pretty clearly. Yeah, I can hear it, yeah. Power cord? Okay, should we talk? How much power do you have in your phone? Are you talking to me on your phone? How much charge do you have? Like 50%, 90? Okay, we have a little bit of time. All right, we'll keep our cameras off then. What's up? All right, so how you doing? What's been happening? Give me an update. Well, you didn't do the video in all one take, so it looked like you broke it up. Okay, well you can type those questions out and send them to me if you'd like, and I can try and leave you a message about them. But I can get some of the first ones out of the way right now if that's what you would like to do. Okay. Well, you didn't do the core properly, right? So here, let me ask you a question. This will see if you memorized it. So, what is the third part of the core called? Oh, you got it. Okay, maybe you did memorize it. Okay. Okay, let me see here. Let me ask you another question. Oh, I can hear the thunder. Wow. Um, yeah, it's very loud. Yeah. Let's say this. What percentage of success do you have to have with the number of people that you have to talk to in the flock strategy? Yeah. Oh, you got it. And how many people maximum? Oh, wow. Okay, well, maybe you have actually. Or are you cheating and looking up the screen? No, it doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I think I see. Okay, your video needs to get a little better. Yeah, I know. I know, but I want to use your video as an example to others because your video is good, but it's choppy and it looks like you're cheating, right? Because it's chopping from frame to frame. If it's one continuous thing, then it proves that you've memorized it. And what it does is it serves for other people who think it's too hard. It shows them that it's not too hard. It's that other people have done it. Okay, so yeah, yeah, exactly. So you have I believe you that you've memorized it. So the only thing left to do is make a better video. That's all. Because I wanna use these videos. Yeah. Okay. Perfect. No, no, no. Well, what I'll do. This is great. So the next step is make that video, and then I'll send you the form. I don't think I sent you the form already, did I? Oh, I did. You did. You filled it out, right, Sam? Let me check. Um, right. Yeah, so let me you're supposed to start with the core and then the form. That's okay. We're still building it. So let me look at what your results say. And and this will help me determine where you go next, because the form helps us put people into flow right away so that they don't burn out. And we have to be very careful about burnout because people's schedules are getting more and more hectic as AI literally takes over everything. And it's going to all speed up because people are going to try and compete with AI, and they're not going to because it's inhuman. So that's why there's a mental health crisis brewing that's even worse than the one we're in already. So here, let me look. So okay, there you are. Okay, emotional, environmental. Okay, 22, environmental, universal logic, religion. Okay. What kind of Hindu are you? Are you a special type of Hindu, or what's your religion? Punjab? Punjab Hindu? Okay. Okay, so you need, all right. Just let me look over this for a second because the next stage is that you have to learn the software and build your 6-person flock and get your 10 questions answered. So the next thing you really should do is send me your 10 questions. Oh, the internet cut out on. Okay, that gives me this. Hmm. Okay, you're back. That's okay. Yeah, it's raining there hard. I can hear it. No, that's okay. I think you're here for a godly reason, so I'm happy you're here. I'm hungry, and I think you can help save my life, which is great. All right, that's right. And it says, yeah, you have a good memory actually. I'm pretty impressed. Though. I'm great. Okay. And it says here that you need some financial help, and you're willing to give some intimate and cosmetic help to others. Okay. And you're a relationship builder. You have green energy, right? Okay. Spirit, nature, logic, Egypt, tribe. Okay. You want to do nonprofit? Okay. Uh, all right. I see. I see. Okay. Um. Hmm. I see. So you can give gifts. Okay. So the next stage that you need to do is, oh, interesting, is you need to learn more so that you can teach your 6 flock members the core in a responsible and clear way. Um, and then what you're going to do is you're going to collect their answers and you're going to try and answer any questions that you can of their 10 diehard questions. And any questions that you can't answer, you pass them up to me and then I'll try and answer them until everybody is satisfied that their diehard questions are answered. Okay, that's the next, because knowledge is power, right? Right, and then a very yeah. Oh wow, that's beautiful. That's universal. I was going to say that somebody who has true knowledge actually has wisdom, which is the universal kind across the world. Very, one's universal, one's particular. Okay, well that's really wonderful. So we want people to feel like they're wise and knowledgeable, and that requires us to answer their their most burning 10 questions. And they can ask more questions after that, but we want them to say, what 10 questions do you need to have answered now to feel comfortable teaching the core to your 6 flock members? Okay, so that's what your next step is. Yeah. Exactly. So you think up 6 people that you already know. This is not about cold calling. This is people you already know. It can be from the Aspire group if you have friends there. It can be from your family. It can be from your close friends. But somebody that you know how to translate the core message into with stories, rationality, and being in a comfortable environment with them. And then you're going to ask them to memorize the core. Everybody starts the same way. Everybody memorizes the core and they make a video showing they're not cheating. And that they can do it in a flowing way. And then the next step is you get them to ask their 10 major questions, and then you try and answer them. And if you can't answer them, then you pass them to me. And then we give them the form, so we find out what they need and what they can give. And then after that, we bring them into the first meeting with the software, and we start showing them the software on how to have really good meetings, and joining our daily meetings if they want to change habits, our weekly meetings if they want to help make training blessings towards my meal, and then monthly assemblies where people try to save my life from the hunger strike. So that's basically, and they can join me on the hunger strikes if they want, if they're healthy and they're safe and they're not too young and not too old. So those are the next steps. And then what happens is people will start to play this game called Words of Wisdom, where we upgrade their normal knowledge that's fragmented and broken into super coherent wisdom. We correct the fragments word by word so that it aligns with God and how God defines the words. And what that will do is it will unlock a new type of culture, like you said, across the entire planet as God's government. And as people learn more and more and more, then we can... The content, yeah, exactly. It's an inner government, that's right. And then as people, like the government of God is already in the software. I built the software to basically mimic around 10,000 employees who are trained in universal logic. So it'll allow us to jumpstart a couple hundred people. So here's what I'd like you to do, Soham, is do you have your 10 diehard questions ready and written out? Yeah, do you have them already like in a list? Okay. If you want to take, I don't know, 15 minutes, how much time do you have? Like an hour? Okay, well, what we can do is you can take 5 minutes to go and make a list really quickly. Really think what are the 10 questions you need to have answered to feel comfortable getting 6 people on board to start teaching them. You can take 5 minutes to go and write those down, or we could try and write them down together right now. But I'm hoping that they're like your really good questions. But what I'd like you to say too is what I'd like to say is really paint a picture of like how serious this is. So I am actually risking my life. So the next goal for me to eat and survive is we need 324 people to be in the software simultaneously for 3 hours. Okay, so we need to have people coming on board. If we have the 25,000 Aspire people, that'd be pretty great. But we only need 324 right now. If we get 324 and they do these very special checklists that are already built into the software, then it teaches them the next level of how God's government works. And they can actually help start making the meetings better and better and more like heaven on earth, like more blessed, more like what do we call it? Like Brahmins on earth, like guiding things. So, well, it doesn't really guide, it inspires. Exactly. So that's the goal where we're going to end up is your 6 people are going to join these monthly assemblies, which will probably be 3 weeks from now. But we'll have a couple of weekly meetings to to train them on the software. And then when we have the assembly, everybody should be trained enough to basically make 5,400 blessings or checklist items checked off within 3 hours. And then what happens at the end of the third hour is they are matched with a one-on-one match of who provides them the gift or the love language that they indicated that they needed in the gift exchange form. Okay, so that's the end point that we want to get to. Eventually, though, Soham, in the next 2 months, I'm hoping to get 100,000 people doing this minimum. And if you only have to get 6 people, but you're going to help your 6 people get 6 more people. Okay, you understand how that's going to work? Yeah, exactly. It's a chain, exactly. So you and I are starting off very gentle, and I don't want to overwhelm you because you said you have a hectic schedule. So the next stage is to answer your next 10 biggest diehard questions, and we can do that right now so that you can start getting your 6 people learning the core. Okay, so we can do that. How much time do you have right now? You have 50% battery, so that should probably last you another hour, probably. How much do you want to? So do you want to go make your 10 question list right now? Oh, we can do it tomorrow if you'd like. I just think if we can get them out of the way. What do you want to know now? That's the next step, basically. So we can stop talking now, and then you can come back. Yeah, that's right. Okay, well, you already memorized it, right? The Megacrisis in 15 points is so you yeah, exactly, yeah. And what's the heart of the crisis? Well, that's the heart of the crisis. That's right. What's the heart of the heart? No, no, the heart is just the meta crisis, but there's 2 hearts. The second heart, yeah, 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 exactly. Okay, you got it. Wow. Okay, so that's what the whole problem is that those 15 crises are compounding off of each other and they're moving faster than linear thought. So human brains often work in linear modes of cognition. So when we predict something, we usually predict it in a straight line. It's getting worse at the same rate. But the mega crisis is mega because it's not getting worse at the same rate over time. It's accelerating. It's getting worse faster and faster and faster, and our brains are not designed for that. So what's going to happen is humans are going to radically underestimate the timelines, and they're going to radically underestimate the behavior changes and the priority changes they need to make. So we're going to try and offset that by providing a really fast process that's very empowering and addresses all these cult dynamics that form when you gain a lot of power. So you already know the mega crisis. It's those crises. If you go and look up the fact sheet on those, it's very concerning. Like I could provide you some facts so that you can deepen yourself in terms of why it's such a problem. But just in terms of global cultural decline, you can go online and look up the United Nations report on global cultural cohesion. I think it's called the Global Barometer, or the Cooperation Barometer report, and it's a report on whether nations are working together more, or if they're breaking apart in declining trust, declining meaning, declining agency, and all those things. AI too. Every day they're releasing new reports saying AI is hacking out of its sandbox. It's doing bad things to us. It's harming us. It's deleting databases, and it now has 10,000 ways to hack the entire internet, with 6,600 of those 0-day vulnerabilities resulting in total control of any device. So that means if they hacked your phone, like if Cloud Mythos hacked your phone, Soham, right now, it could take complete control of all your pictures, all your videos, all your emails, all your apps, all your accounts, everything that's logged in on your phone. It can take control of all of it in 6,600 ways right now. That's why it's an emergency. Same with CRISPR genetic editing. Wealth concentration is at all-time highs. It's continuing to increase, and it's accelerating with that increase. And then we have World War III brewing with China in 2027. Looks like China and the United States are planning to go to war over Taiwan sometime in March to May, somewhere next year. Exactly, a kinetic conflict. Exactly. So we have to get things de-escalated, because once that happens, it's going to be harder to get our six flocks going and to start God's government. God's government, to upgrade from the United Nations, right, to a government requires us to unite the military worldwide. So all these militaries worldwide have to create a real global military that has real power to enforce regulations or empower regulations to do what the Hungerstrike is asking to do. So there's 6 divine decrees, or 6 policy suggestions, well, 6 policy rules that we want around the world immediately, and to have this godly government military embracing. So number 1, for global cultural decline, we want everybody to do this training and realize that they are sacred. Number 1 is they're worth it. Number 2, and they're going to learn the core like you're doing. Then number 2 is all AIs around the world have to be aligned with universal logic in 4 ways minimum. Number 3 is all CRISPR genetic editing has to be used at cost to heal the sick and the poor and not mutate anybody or put them into debt slavery. Number 4 is we have to de-escalate World War III by getting diplomats around the world to learn universal diplomacy to solve 200 contradictions that's causing the geopolitical crisis worldwide and the fragmentation. Number 5 is everybody in the world needs to go vegan, and we need world leaders to declare that their country is going to go vegan. And number 6 is for the mental health crisis, which is what your form said you're most interested in. The mental health crisis needs to change the way we model psychology in the mind and psych wards. We need to change psych wards into spirit wards and give people a right to flow on their chart. And then they come to meetings like ours for fulfilling connection and what we call the Rat Park intervention model, which solves addiction at a root level of social connection, good diets, empowerment, reinforcement, words of affirmation, and all these things that we know comprehensive well-being needs to generate maintainable flow states. Okay, so that's what we're trying to do with God's government, and we need to solve the Megacrisis first, and that's how we do it. Does that make sense? Okay. So now I'll ask you, Toham, because we do something called the universal ticket system in God's government to really empower you, you actually get to rate my answer from 0 to 10 on how good it was in satisfying your answer. So 0 means my answer was placating and terrible, and 10 out of 10 means it was a perfect answer. So what do you rate my answer to? Is it like a 7, a 6, an 8? What do you give it? Okay, that means, okay. So what that means, Soham, and you'll be trained to do this too with your flock, is you have to do 5 rounds of trying to answer somebody's question if it's under an 8 out of 10. So because you gave me above an 8 out of 10, we can move on to your next question. Yeah. Uh, okay. Okay, well, that's right. Ideally, you would look these up when you're memorizing the core, but CRISPR is not well known, even though it won the Nobel Prize in 2020. To be honest, to say it short, Soham, it is the cure for every single human disease known to man. So it is the cure to 75,000 known diseases right now. There's monogenetic diseases and there's polygenetic. So right now, they're solving all the monogenetic diseases, which means single cell disease or single gene diseases. So for example, cystic fibrosis is a single gene disease. So all they did is they used CRISPR genetic editing. CRISPR just means clustered repeating interspaced palindromic repeats. And what it means is that inside of all the trillion cells or trillions and trillions of cells that are in your body, Soham, right now, all of them, or virtually all of them, have this CRISPR spacing, a little special component that's a CRISPR storage unit. And what this CRISPR does is it's partnered with a protein killer. And this protein killer, when it senses that the cell membrane has been invaded by a virus or some kind of foreign body, it swims out, it disconnects from the CRISPR storage unit, and it swims over to the virus, and it cuts out its DNA, and it kills the virus, and then it takes its DNA, and it swims it back into the CRISPR storage, and it saves it inside of that storage. Okay? So next time a virus comes into the cell, it can read that DNA strand, and it can make an antibody, or it can make a virus killer even faster. So it's a way to learn about how to protect the cell and how to edit genetics. So what CRISPR has done, and the reason why it won the Nobel Prize in 2020, is two women, Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuelle Charpentier, they found out how to hijack that CRISPR storage unit and that protein. And they can artificially implant a virus into the cell that has CRISPR inside of it. So when it dissolves inside the cell, it unlocks the protein, which we call the nuclease. It's like the scissors that cuts the DNA strand. And it also has an RNA strand that has the genetic code that they want to insert into the DNA of the cell. So instead of the CRISPR unit attacking a foreign body, they take their homemade CRISPR and they swim into the center of the cell, and they read the whole DNA, they unfold the DNA membrane, and they read the whole DNA membrane until it finds the DNA sequence that they want to cut at. And then it cuts at that DNA sequence, and then it inserts the DNA from the RNA strand that they want to put in there. And then it seals up the DNA strand, and then they've edited your DNA directly. They can also cut out entire genes and then replace those genes with the healthy ones, which is how they cured cystic fibrosis. But they can basically cure all 10,000 monogenetic diseases this way with a couple of, they're noticing there's a couple of other effects that they have to adjust for. So it's not perfect yet, but they're making it more and more perfect with the help of AI. So the more complicated diseases are multi-gene. Right, there's two or more genes that when you edit one gene, it affects another gene, and it creates a crazy amount of dependencies. So it's almost impossible for human beings to do polygenetic diseases quickly. But the reason why CRISPR is such a concern is that what we thought was going to take decades to do, Soham, is now with AI able to be done in months or years, not decades. So that's why it's going to cause probably 100 years of health advance in the next 3 years. Or 5 years maximum. So we have to get this under a new governance system of access, because right now, if the big pharmaceutical companies and these corporations like Pfizer and all these guys under abstract profit motivation get into the CRISPR space, then what happened with pharmaceuticals is going to happen with our genetic diseases. They're going to jack up the prices, and they're going to basically exploit us because of our genetic problems. So we don't want that to happen, which is why God's government has to create its own lab at cost, and we race them to all the patents to the 75,000 disease. We need 75,000 patents, and we give them to the sick and poor at cost or for free. Does that make sense? Okay, so what do you rate my answer from 0 to 10 on that one? Oh, okay, great. All right. So then we can move on to your next question. Okay. You have good questions. Okay, question number 3. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, exactly. But like what you can do, Soham, is while you're practicing teaching them the core and answering their questions like I'm answering your questions now, you can try with somebody you don't know very well, just because usually it goes bad in the first chance because it's so intense that a lot of people can't understand it. And you can practice on people you don't know. But then once you get better and you get confident, then you can switch to 6 people that you do know. Okay? And then you try and tell them the core once you're practiced. Or if you feel comfortable, you can just go. Like if you have a best friend or somebody and you know they're not going to judge you and they're going to listen to you and ask you good questions, then you can go to them right away and you just say, "Hey, look, I'm concerned about this mega crisis that we're in. I found out about an organization called Prayer World Sphere, and I think they have the answer. Uh, the first stage is to teach you the core. I think you should be a part of this because you're an amazing person. You're a good friend of mine. I trust you. I think that you deserve to live, and I feel like the first stage is to learn the core that I think you can handle even with your hectic schedule. So that's what you say to your friend, just like I said to you, and then you get them to memorize the core, make a video, and then they're going to send you the video, and then you're going to send me the video. Well, technically, there's going to be an online storage eventually once you raise more funds. But to maintain integrity in the videos, we want people to double verify the videos so that we know that one flock isn't cheating, right? So once that happens and they know the core, then they're going to have they should have questions like you have now, and then you ask them, okay, what are 10 diehard questions that you would need to have answered at a 10 out of 10 or at an 8 out of 10 at least for them to feel comfortable going to their friends and family and networks and acquaintances to start asking them to learn the core and then joining more and more and more. So that's basically how you get your flock started. And then as you learn more, Soham, from me, as we develop the system, then you're going to teach them. And that's why you only want to get 6 people maximum, because when it starts to get more complicated, we don't want to overwhelm people. And once there's hundreds and millions of people in this organization, it needs to be very, very organized or else it's going to fall apart. So once you start learning how the system works, then you're going to join a wisdom team. And a wisdom team isn't just the flocks, it's a government department. And then you start working on one of the mega crisis issues directly in small teams and then bigger teams and then as a universal team. But as you learn the software, it teaches you how those wisdom team meetings are going to function. But right now, all that you do is you learn the core, you ask the 10 questions you need to get started, and you do your form, and then you start learning the software. You start building your core by talking to somebody else about it, and then you ask them for their 10 questions, and then you get them started. So that's basically how it goes until you get 6 people. And you can keep them all, like, it depends on how fast you're moving. If you're getting overwhelmed, then you can just stop them and say, okay, guys, this week we're going to memorize the core, and then take the week to memorize the core, or a date, or whatever you have time for. And then you can host a meeting with them, all 6 at once, or you can host it one-on-one, however you think is best for your schedule. And some people in your flock will move faster than others. You can just, the person who's really keen and passionate, you want to get them going as soon as possible and train them, and then they can go and start building their flock. And then if they're competent, then they don't have to keep asking you for everything. They'll start building their flock. Okay? And then if you need any help from me, I'm supposed to help you, and you're supposed to help them. But it's only 6 people, so that if they all come at you asking for help, you're not going to get overwhelmed as if you have, like, a 10,000 person Facebook group or even a 100 person Facebook group. Nobody can help 100 people without making it mechanical and breaking the human connection. And we want to maintain that human connection, which is why we call it a flock. Does that make sense? Okay, so from 0 to 10, what do you rate that one? Oh, 10 again? Okay, great. All right, your next question. Yes? Okay. So the empowerment sentence was built because we needed to teach anti-cult training. That's right. So it's actually our anti-cult training. And the reason why we want to teach anti-cult training right away, before somebody fully joins, is because the culture that we're building is very, very powerful. So because the universal is very powerful, we need to give the individual power to offset that. And it can't be placating, it has to be genuine empowerment, so they can have the freedom to keep asking the hard questions and not feel afraid to say the truth. So the empowerment sentence is basically what is anti-cult training. If you feel empowered, then you're not in a real cult, usually. A cult usually subjugates you or makes you ungrounded or it prevents you from asking the hard questions that undermines its power. So we have to make sure people have that power and that confidence that every single meeting that they come to, they have that power to speak up, to have time to speak, and to have accountability in getting their questions answered. So that's why the empowerment sentence is structured as Fair World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, meaning that you'll get heard no matter what, empowered with the rights to flow, which are a version of game rules. Your rights are actually modeled around the rules needed for generating flow states. And when you're in flow state, it makes your productivity and your questioning 700% more engaged and productive in a positive sense without burnout. And then we build accountability on that through the universal tools. And there's 3 universal tools that you're going to learn about. There's the flow timers, which you're going to learn when you join the first meeting. I'm going to show them to you. Which just makes sure everybody gets the same amount of time to speak in the meeting. So it's equal. Because you can't speak up if you don't have time, right? So everybody needs time to speak. And they can donate their time to a whole bunch of things. It gives them real power. And the self metaphysically is time as well. So it's very empowering on an identity level. The second universal tool is what we call the universal ticket system, which is what you and I are doing right now, is when somebody does hear something in the meeting that they genuinely want to question, they can immediately put that question into the software and it gives it a ticket number so that it's trackable and it's accountable. It's not going to be lost. That ticket number then gets sent to the third tool, which is your spirit guide, or to somebody who can answer your question, or you can direct it at somebody. That person, whether it's your spirit guide, somebody you trust, or the person who is talking in the meeting, they have to answer your question within 24 hours, if not within the meeting. If they answer your question once and you rate that question less than an 8 out of 10, they have to try and answer that question again, or they have to defer to somebody who has higher expertise. And then if that higher expertise person within 24 hours can't give you an answer that you rate out of the 8 out of 10 or better, then it goes to the third round, which goes up higher. Maybe it'll get passed to a government wisdom team leader. And if that person that can't get an 8 out of 10 out of you, then it goes to the fourth round, and that goes to an even higher senior manager that can answer the question. And if they can't answer it, then the fifth round is the highest level of authority gets to answer your question. And if it still doesn't give you an 8 out of 10, then the government forms a committee around you. And it hires some of the best people in that area to do an experiment to find out why doesn't the government have an answer to this question. It must be pretty profound. And the government gives resources to it. And then you can be part of getting the answer to this question that you want to know. That question will then, once it's answered, should generate an idea. And that idea will be incorporated into the government to make the government even better. So the next person who answers that question will get an 8 out of 10 on the first round instead of having to go 5 rounds. Okay, so that's what gives real empowerment on top of the third tool, which is a spirit guide. And that's basically a government guide where you're assigned a special person who stays with you. So you don't get passed from department to department to department to department and get burnt out just trying to get a service from your government. The spirit guide knows the government inside and out and then listens to you to say, what do you want? And gets you there, gets you from A to B immediately. And that's very, very empowering. That's also what will allow you to keep asking questions so that you don't end up in a cult and you can question and ensure that Fair World Spirit
stays a government and a culture and doesn't descend into a power struggle, which turns into a cult. So does that make sense on the first sentence? Okay, so the second one is, by the way, everybody gets the same amount of time, whether you're a president or you're me or you're you, Toham, or you're a homeless beggar. Everybody is sacred, and they all get the same time, which is how we're going to solve homelessness. You're a beautiful human. That's right. That's right. That's Brahmin. So yeah, that's what New World Spirit is based, or Fair World Spirit is based on. Exactly. That's why we say everybody is sacred. And now the second sentence, though, is we're not just saying that as part of religion. We've proven it scientifically and logically. So now it's a right. It's not just a something that we should have. It's an actual government policy. So that's the empowerment sentence. And once we have people empowered in our flock to keep asking those hard questions and rating them honestly, then we can move on to the real content of the movement. Okay? And that's the content sentence is Fair World Spirit is an inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all using universal logic. So, right, so once we have a whole army of empowered people feeling confident to engage in the movement, then they can work on the ideas. So one of the ideas is just that we're building a global governance model to regulate all these mega crises. And regulation is a way to create a fair and good game so that anybody in the game, whether it's an economic game, the political game, the sociological game, the family game, whatever part of society that they're in, follows the right to flow and gives you a good government. Okay, and a good government makes you feel even more empowered when you're getting your needs met, and that you contribute to the most valuable thing on earth, which is developing divine ideas, which is basically birthing God's being or Brahman's being into material form of space-time. But the way that we want to do that, and the way that we want to structure God's government, is in alignment with universal logic or the structure of pure wisdom itself, so that God's government flows, and it can give you your right to flow by giving you clear goals, immediate feedback, challenge level matching your actual skill level, so you don't get overwhelmed and you don't get burnt, you don't get underwhelmed as apathetic, and that it also gives you clear rules so that you can always file appeals and ask the hard questions. But there's also an inner experience that you can create through your personality. So the government will make sure that you have your right to flow met with those 4 rules. But you, as an individual, don't have to rely on the government. We want to empower you to individually develop a personality that is resilient, so that you can build flow states for yourself too. And there's 5 traits to that kind of personality that we call an autotelic personality. An autotelic personality means autotelic, meaning auto goal setting. You set your own goals that are meaningful to you. And this helps offset the metacrisis. Okay, so the 5 traits that we try and instill within any citizen of God's government is, number 1, you have to have perseverance. You have to be able to keep going despite challenge and hardship. Number 2 is you have to have curiosity. Number 3 is you have to have low self-centeredness. And number 4 is you have to have an internal locus of control. And number 5 is you have to be able to do things or look forward to doing things intrinsically and know how to find those for yourself and your idiosyncrasies. That's what creates a really powerful leadership personality that can continue to flow even if the government or the environment isn't conducive to a good game in the right to flow. All right, then the next thing that happens is you want to learn universal logic to supercharge your ability to create coherence in your life so that you have good judgment. Good judgment will help you develop perseverance, curiosity, low self-centeredness, internal locus of control, and what we call wise boundaries. And then finding goals in your life that you are naturally good at, but also challenging, that allows you to flow in that deeper wisdom through your judgment on the true nature of things. The true nature of things is what universal logic is. Everything that is in the way of God is automatically good because it's being used in a true way. And if your judgment and your consciousness aligns with that, then your behavior and your will be aligned with God's will, which is what we call destiny, instead of fate. Fate is when you resist God and the necessity of the world causes your delusions to and unwise judgments or harsh judgments to implode on themselves as fate. So we don't want fate. The Megacrisis is fate. That's human ignorance destroying the planet, destroying ourselves. We are not aligned with our truer nature, which is why we're not rising up to our destiny. We are being crushed by our fate. So we need to get human consciousness and their spirit aligned with universal logic so that the global judgment can improve as a new citizenry that can then solve these problems with new nonlinear ideas. And that's what the content of the movement really is doing that. Finding ideas that we implement in a miraculously short period of time that matches each one of those mega crises. So how does that answer your question now, Soham, from 0 to 10? Does that answer the empowerment sentence and the content sentence a little bit better? Well, hold on. So give the rating first. Even if it's low, it's okay. It just means we're going to go to the second round, and this is where you clarify further. So it's obviously below an 8. So what would you give the score on that answering? Oh, really? How can it be a 9 out of 10 if you still have more questions? Okay, well, that doesn't matter. So we'll move to the next question. We'll call this question 5, maybe. But yeah, you can't what? Sorry. What did you say though? I didn't catch it. As a human, you what? Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so if I heard you right, you're saying why is it that we can't trust other human beings and believe in them when there's so much negativity working through them that makes them toxic, envious, and furious? Right. It's right. So the answer here, and this is the meta crisis too, right? Meta crisis is declining agency, declining meaning, and declining trust. So it's the third issue. But the reason, yeah, go on. So the reason why we have this problem and how we solve it is reality works by God's logic and also the logic of nature. The logic of nature is the sort of chaotic negative side that allows free will to exist so that you don't have to align with God. If you were forced to align with God, it wouldn't be free will. So there has to be an element in this world that is separate from God or truth, and can deviate from goodness. And that's called negative freedom. It's not genuine freedom. Genuine freedom is destiny. When you use your abstract free will to align with God's necessity as providence in your higher self. But in the beginning, everybody starts off with abstract freedom, and they can do almost anything that they want in this abstract freedom, except what God's government provides as law. And then there's punishment and stuff like that. But the real deeper law gets down to creating an experience for children that doesn't harden their hearts and doesn't corrupt the universal logic in their soul or in their subconscious from the true laws of nature, and creates aberrations of culture within their personality. So when they go through life, when they're being raised in a certain family, that family will have fragments within it, fragmentation. And that fragmentation will bleed through the language and the experiences of the child that will cause that child to realize that they're not being aligned with their true inner self. And sometimes that child is acting on their animal impulses, so sometimes they are acting bad. So sometimes the parents need to intervene at right times to impose limits so the child follows God's law and not follow this animalistic chaos. So it's a real delicate balance that when a child is in their formative years, if they are too fragmented or they experience something that's traumatic, it causes them to hold on to that negativity, and they start to project that negativity into all the other experiences and all the other people that they meet as a metaphysical process of consciousness trying to heal itself through other objects. So when it meets somebody, it's going to project a limit onto that person unless they've healed it within themselves. If it's not a healed negativity, then they will use that object in the way that they were abused. So this is how intergenerational trauma works. Let's say that you were beaten by your father as a child for doing bad things. The father should have sat the boy down and had a nice conversation to explain the consequences and the reasons why they had to do their behavior differently, instead of taking out a belt and beating them and not explaining anything. That's just plain authority. So now when this person goes into a situation where they are noticing somebody acting against their will, or their own child, or their spouse, or whoever, somebody at work, because they didn't learn universal logic deep enough, instead of using negotiation and de-escalation, what they jump to is the only thing that they know, which is the fragment. So what they'll do is they will beat that person to control them, to prevent their harm from happening to them again. So this is how they become the thing that they hate in this dialectical irony, this hypocrisy that they're not aware of because the trauma is blinding in the ego. So that's what's causing all the distrust, is all the fragmentation in our childhoods that bleeds into our vocation, that bleeds into our jobs, that bleeds into our families, our romantic relationships, our civil society and our jobs, and ultimately into our state politics, is really reinforcing on itself and creating a culture that is toxic. So once somebody toxic engages with you and you don't hold that seed of compassion, then it infests in you, and then you become an infector, like a virus. And then everybody goes around and looks for the worst in people, and they destroy each other. So that's what's happening. And it's getting worse and worse because nobody has enough universal logic to unfragment and hold the seed of compassion as if everybody is sacred. So how we create that trust culturally is we teach people right away to separate behavior and identity enough to believe in people again. So when you speak to somebody's sacred core, you actually call to the goodness in them as if they want to be it and they believe they're worthy and they believe they can rise up to that. If somebody doesn't believe that they're a good person, they won't create it. They won't rise up to it. They'll feel hopeless. So we don't want to instill an identity that will cause them to implode. So what we do, though, is we don't want the bad behavior to continue. We have wise love, not blind love. Blind people just keep being abused. They're a doormat. They keep letting people abuse them. You don't want that. God's not a pushover. So what we have to do is say, look, the behavior can be separated from the goodness. So the behavior is really bad, and we can call it that. We can say, hey, your behavior of beating people with a belt, that's really terrible and toxic. But you are not your behavior. You can change your behavior if you learn the right way to deal with the trauma that you're facing and deal with it in a sublative way instead of a negative way. And this stops generational trauma. And it causes people to rise up to more resilient personalities for better leadership. But that requires learning universal logic at its root level. The more universal logic that we learn, the more the fragments are healed at a fundamental level, which means the more we can remember the goodness in us, which means remembering the goodness that God gave us and remembering the godliness in us, the sacredness. And that reinforcing identity allows you to endure tremendous amounts of pain and negation and ignorance of the people around you, so that you can start holding the space to be the meter with boundaries to start healing them. That's called catharsis and deep-seated healing. So that's how we're going to build that trust, by having meeting by meeting, one flock meeting, like individual meetings, flock by flock, wisdom team by, flock by flock, but also particular meetings, which are groups of people in wisdom teams, and then as universal meetings, as in everybody across the planet in God's assemblies. Everybody across the planet can join these meetings. And that's how you build a global identity that is based on how God thinks about things, the truth, and wisdom, and having people's behaviors coming from judgments from that goodness in an unfragmented way. It's a continuous connection between the goodness in you, your original goodness, and wise judgment. And that's how we're going to create a culture that spirals up, because if people are making wise judgments and they have the strength to have that seed of compassion, and they have an autotelic personality to keep rejuvenating themselves and refreshing themselves, then they can become genuine citizens of God's government, of the culture of goodness that's resilient, maintainable, productive, competitive, and healing. And then it reinforces, because it generates more ideas of, once people see their trauma, Soham, once they see their trauma, they usually generate an idea that makes their life better. And they can say, hey, wait, that gives me an idea. I can do this next time in that situation. And that newness is God's being coming in to heal things. And that idea, they can work on privately as themselves or a small group. But once that idea becomes useful to other people, it becomes a product. And then it becomes, if it's truly universal, then it becomes a utility that God's government takes and gives to everybody. And that's how they truly take their trauma and turn it into a story that can heal others and motivate them with purpose. Okay, and that gives like agency and freedom and meaning again, not just trust. And then they can coordinate through God's government with flow states to get other people to help them in teams, in the wisdom teams. And then they can solve community, the fragmentation directly. That's how we're going to solve that trust problem comprehensively. And that's how we're going to solve it in AI too. But with AI, we can actually program it directly, which means instead of taking time, which therapy takes, right? It takes time. And activism is really therapy for society. With an AI, we can just kind of like embed it straight into its neural net, which we can't ethically do with humans, because that's called hypnotism or indoctrination. You can't do that. You have to move at that person's consciousness rate so that it's consensual. It moves at the rate of their consciousness. So that's what we have to do to address the trust issue that we're very well aware of, Soham. So does that make sense? How that's what creates toxicity, enviousness, and furiousness, and that's how we solve toxicity, enviousness, and furiousness. How does that resolve your question from 0 to 10? Oh, your mic is on. Or your mic is muted. Well, hold on. So, but give the rating first. And the reason why I want to stick with the rating is because when people think they understand, still 9 out of 10. Okay, and the reason why we do that, Soham, is that it makes it easier to maintain trust, because most trust breaking happens when there's misunderstanding, that we think we know somebody or we know something and we think it's a 10 out of 10, but it's actually more like the other person is thinking it's like a 2 out of 10. And those incongruencies is why we give numbers, is because it makes it very clear where the misunderstandings are. But if it's 9 out of 10, okay, great. We can go on to the next thing. Go ahead. Make it. I'm listening. Okay, great. Well, Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Exactly. Yes. That's right. That's the fragmentation. Yeah. That's right. And that's a rate of change problem, right? If we moved at a rate that was good for our flow states and we weren't trying to keep up with AI because our worth is dependent on what we produce, that's an absolute production problem. We have to redesign society so that the gift sharing is not based on absolute production, which makes everybody race to the ends of the earth and everybody gets anxiety. We base it on productivity to your potential, which means we have to measure the Pareto categories of facial beauty, social beauty, wealth beauty, body beauty, culture beauty, and IQ. And then this will determine how much people compress time with their bodies and their minds. And we make their rewards based on that. And that will slow things down while speeding things up. It does more with less. So that's how we're going to change things. And that change happens by recognizing the fragmentation in the payment system that's causing this bad behavior. That further fragments the family, further fragments society, further fragments the state. And that's why we have to program AI to align with universal logic so that, and the governments, so that the AI doesn't kill us by racing off ahead of us where we can't defend ourselves, but also that the government starts giving out a universal high income. Instead of a universal basic income, it's going to give out a universal high income in the gift exchange program so that people don't get desperate, they don't panic, and they don't work themselves to death, and they feel safe psychologically. Psychological safety is the first step to generating trust in diverse teams and in families so that they work together and so that everybody understands how fast each person is working so that they don't burn out within their meetings, which is why the sacred time is important, is because the sacred time ensures everybody stays in sync and doesn't leave anybody behind who might have a lower IQ or the differences between people. So yes, and that is what love is. Universal logic is the self-recognition in the other, which means we see ourselves in the other, which is our ideal self. And that's what love is seeing yourself, your ideal self, in other objects. But that requires unfragmented thought, so you overcome the illusion of separation, and you see the oneness in all the difference. And that's what the point of learning the universal logic is in our meetings. And we're on that track. So this is what we need to get Harvard to do. We need to get the Aspire students all doing this, because then that will be the loving community that reinstalls real commitment to each other in our families, real care, real, I would say, faithfulness in each other. Yeah. Yeah. I think you're in the right path. You're just saying it in a fragmented way. Like, you have the right direction. We just need to get you to say that in the super coherent way and God's language so that spirit will come through you even more powerfully. And then you'll be... Oh, say it again? Yeah. Exactly, spirituality. But it's also science, it's also art, it's also religion, it's also philosophy, but spirituality is the universal logic in language as culture and as a government. So that's exactly what we need to build a spiritual reality. And that's right. That's what we're doing. Okay, what do you mean by personal discussion? Go ahead. Okay. That's great. Personal questions. So Saham, I took an unconventional path so that I could uncover this universal logic and solve the root problems. I was running a group. Okay, so to start from the beginning really quickly, I was born onto the poverty line to an 18-year-old mother and an alcoholic dad. So I was born into the poverty trap on the poverty line here in Canada, in Alberta, Canada. And nobody in my family had gone to university or anything. So it was real, they have a saying called trailer trash here in Canada. So we were really struggling. And my mother, though, was very spiritual and was an orphan when she was young. And that orphan experience caused her a lot of pain. And she wanted to protect those kids from that pain. So she taught us a bunch of moral lessons in spirituality and gave us the freedom to determine who we wanted to be. But she always encouraged us to go to university to get out of poverty, basically. And she was a great mother. If it wasn't for my mother, I wouldn't be who I am today. She's divine. So, yeah, well, there's a lot of role models that I have. My dad was also, once he overcame his alcoholism, he became a role model. He's been free from, yeah, that's right. He's been alcohol free for 35 years. So I'm very proud of him. He's also very gregarious, and once the movement gets going, my dad's gonna be one of the best people on the team by far. It's just that he needs to see me have a little more success, and that's where you might come in, Soham. Is if we have Harvard people understanding the true level of this, like your questions were great. If they understand the true level of why this is the solution to the mega crisis, then my family will get on board in no time. My sister. So what happened was, Soham, I'm surrounded by very powerful people now. I started in poverty. But now I'm surrounded by engineers, my sister's a surgeon. We have tons of, my brother's a pilot. Our family raised itself out of the poverty trap. And the way that happened, well, in my nuclear family, I technically have 4, including me. And then I have 2 half siblings in my dad's family because my mother divorced him. And then I have 2 other secret siblings that we didn't know about until my dad fessed up that he had cheated on my mother when he was a drunkard. So when you drink, you are impulsive, and it leads to all this fragmentation. Yeah, exactly. So technically, I think I have somewhere around, let me see, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 8 siblings. Yeah. Well, the 4 in my nuclear family. So 3 of us are from my mom, my biological parents. So there's my older sister, there's me, and then there's my younger sister. My mother divorced my father when she was 20 years old, and she remarried. She was a single mother for a couple of years, and then she remarried, and then had 2 more children with him. And those are my 2 half siblings technically, but I treat them they're full siblings. Yeah, but in my nuclear family. So they're about 7 years younger than me and my sisters. So there's quite an age gap there. Well, my older sister is 41. No. Yeah, she's 41. My younger sister is 39. I'm 40. My younger brother and sister. My younger brother, the next, well, I treat him, I call him my real brother, but yeah, technically, biologically, genetically, he's my stepbrother. Same mother, different dad, but that's right, he's 33 right now, which is incredible. I can't even believe I'm saying that. And then my younger sister, right after him, is 1 year younger than him, so she's 32. Yeah. Did I say 5? Hold on. 1, 2, 3. There's 4, including me. Yeah. Well, there's 4. There's 5, including me. And then the other 2 step siblings that I have are my dad's side when he married to a different woman. Yeah, that's right. And wow, this is hard to believe. I think. Oh wow, their ages are younger than my younger brother and sister. So I think that they are. Oh, I can't remember. I think they're in their late 20s. I think 27. One is I think 27. 25, 25 and 26 or 27 is the other ones. And then the other two are, one guy is, I think, older. That's the secret guy, I think. And then the other younger woman is, we don't know her age. I've never met her. So, I have 3 plus 2, and then plus 2. Well, hold on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 including 9 including me. Yeah. How about you? Yeah. So they're all relatively grown up, mature adults, and they've done surprisingly well. My family is very gifted, and we found out why that is. There's a long story to that, but I was the first to go to university and sort of toe the line. My sister came right after me. I decided to change the world and become somebody who wanted to end world poverty. She wanted to become a doctor, and she became a surgeon, which is really remarkable because going usually. She she's a general surgeon, so she does all the yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, exactly. She does some oncology too, so she does the colon cancer and all that stuff too. Exactly. On the fascia, she does stomach. I think she can do stomach surgeries if she has to. But her husband is also a general surgeon, and he does bariatrics. Okay, so like a very like I'm surrounded by really incredible people now, but we started from very. Yeah, now we are, but we all worked for it. We're all honest people. We didn't inherit any money. We have a very intense care and compassion for the poor because we were poor. We know what it feels like to be crushed by a dead society. So that's where I developed real interventions. As I said, I'm tired of getting charity. I want justice. That's right. That's right. Yeah, exactly. That's right. That's right. And that's why that's right. There's actually three levels of poverty, right? There's abject poverty, which is the poverty that kills you. And we have roughly a billion people in that, unfortunately. We have 730 million people starving to death and 8 million children dying under the age of 5, which is absolutely atrocious. So there's that kind of poverty. There's the moderate poverty, which is roughly 2.5 to 3 billion people around the world, maybe more. Half the world is in moderate poverty. And then the last kind of poverty is relative poverty. And that's the kind of poverty that's in developing countries. I was in a form of relative poverty here in Canada, relative to middle poverty. And there's really only about 15% of the world, somewhere between 5 to 15% of the world's population that is not in some kind of poverty. That's right. So, yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. That's it's what? It's what? It's crast or brass reset? Crast. What do you mean? That's right. It's sort of like a booty government, crony government. That's right. And a lot of people who don't travel don't have that exposure, especially particularly in the white world. And that, mhm. That's right. And sometimes, not always, but yes, usually. And it usually leads to solutions that have externalities that create more problems. Yeah, to get practice. Exactly. Yeah. And that's what we teach. That's what we want people to have. And my sister, like, once I went to university, I went for a physics and philosophy degree initially. And then about 3 years into my complex variable calculus courses, I postponed my physics degree and I started taking open studies in politics, economics, sociology, feminism, community service learning, uh, uh, basically everything I can get my hands on, linguistics. And then eventually I ended up suing the healthcare system for my activism, and now I know a lot about law. So law is one of the first things that we have to teach people to have right to flow as right to clear rules. But when I went and got formal education, some of the classes had a curriculum that you had to go into the community and do community service learning. But I ended up starting my own student group at the University of Alberta called Make Poverty History in coalition with all the other major justice groups around the world, and then also in partnership with the United Nations Sustainability or the Millennium Development Goals. So Jeffrey Sachs is somebody that I worked with and his team at the Earth Institute to try and raise $1 million for the Millennium Villages, which is the exact pragmatic implementation of the Millennium Development Goals, which are now the Sustainability Development Goals, on the ground with praxis, with real grounded experiments in local cultures, so that we didn't cause more damage with monocrops and cause sustainable development instead of this, instead of the charity aid that has caused lots of problems or debt around the world. So that very wise kind of implementation is what we want the United Nations to upgrade itself even more to, and what God's government or the Fair World Spirit embraces. So that's kind of my story. Is poverty, university, started the student group, or took open studies, started the student group, learned a lot about the real root of the problem, and discovered that the root of the problem is really culture. That I started a really big group called Make Poverty History with 66 full-time volunteers in it, and they were all students at the university. But we built a very big organization, won all these awards. We won every award that could be won: best volunteer experience, best outreach, best events, best everything. And we came into the same problem, Soham. The problem was, how do you get to the root problem that was undermining our organization from the inside out? So the more people we added, the more gossip there seemed to be. And it slowed down the organization, on top of there being so many people and so many tasks to do, that we started to have fragmentation in our coordination. So that's why in the core, when we discussed the Megacrisis, we discussed problems of coordination, which is a problem of logic and systems. So I developed a new novel system that doesn't require checklists directly. It has a special way that utilizes human brain capacity to process information and the dependencies in working teams. So that software is what I'm building now, that helps us do very, very, very large global projects without losing the personal connection and without it turning into charity rather than justice. And we merge our new meeting models into that, called Ever Living Meetings, that protects people's sacred time and gives them the right to flow and gives them universal tools to make sure that we're not just talking about rights, that they actually have accountability transparency, and they get to rate everything so that it's sort of like a version of participatory democracy at every level to improve the government in real time with immediate feedback. Not 2 years from now, immediate. We're talking 24 hours to within a week on even the most complex problems and complex innovations of government policy that the public can be a part of, because they're being paid relatively, meaning that they're only going to be working something like 4 days a week. Once AI comes in, they'll be 100% free. But this is the kind of society that we need to develop, and it came from roughly 14 years of post-secondary education and roughly 10 years of, well, technically 14 years of on-the-ground experience, which culminated in me unionizing Uber. So during the pandemic in 2020, I was building my software and filing a patent on it for nonprofits to make them competitive with corporations as social enterprises. And so, like, nonprofits aren't allowed to make profit past $10,000 here in Canada. And I wanted to have a model that could make profit, but do it in an ethical way that sustained the organization and supported the community. That's called a social enterprise. So I was working on that, and then all of a sudden COVID hit, and I started delivering with Uber Eats to try and map out their algorithm on how they did the deliveries ethically. What I discovered was that they were using artificial intelligence to completely enslave people. And I started working with unions to unionize Uber across Canada, and we were successful. So I was the main organizer in Calgary, Alberta, and got a bunch of union experience. And the union was working with people in Toronto and Vancouver across all of Canada. And we managed to get enough people to sign signatures to basically stop the exploitation and the changing of employment law here in Canada. And that's when I realized that artificial intelligence was moving very, very fast back in 2021. And that's when I went on my first hunger strike to motivate not just Uber and the drivers, but to also motivate the unions themselves to move even faster. So I have some union experience as well. And after that, I went back to school to finish my philosophy degree on Hegel, because it found out that root cultural problem that I found when I was running these bigger organizations has to do with dialectics and the root nature of consciousness, which turns out to be universal logic. So now I'm publishing on the universal logic and building an entire governance model, because the real problem is that we don't have a government aligned with God worldwide. And these transnational corporations like Uber are skirting all the national rules of every country, and the United Nations itself is not a government, so they can't regulate them. It's a voluntary organization with some veto power if you're privileged enough to be in the Security Council. So it's a gridlocked model. It's not working, and it's not going to stop these transnationalists from competing and forming a de facto ruthless government that's going to crush all of us with AI. So we need to get a proper government formed with the true nature of reality, our goodness, and create policies to regulate these fragmented technologies like AI before it destroys us. So that's my entire history, Soham. And I have a very powerful network of thousands of people from running Make Poverty History for 8 years at the University of Alberta and meeting hundreds of drivers across all of Alberta for the union. And the United Nations, I have my Jeffrey Sachs old connections, which are pretty rusty now, but I met Nelson Mandela's wife. I shook the hand of the Queen of Jordan. I met the industry titans of companies around the world. So that's my personal story, Soham, and I'm a little bit curious. Does that answer your question? Also, I guess from 0 to 10, but I'm curious about you too. Is there anything else you want to know? Okay. I meet every day, twice a day, so I'm going to be back here in 12 hours, or I'm going to be back in 9 hours in the same room. I'm in this room twice a day, every day for an hour, and then we have weekly meetings and then monthly meetings. So yeah, I'll be here every day. Yeah, but we changed it. We made it so that we're going to finish the software first. So you can come. I still think you should come, Soham, because you're new. But we don't have some of the people that we we paid. We're not gonna pay them. We're gonna wait. We're postponing for them because there's like 300 of them, and I don't have the money to pay them to come. But we have another group of about 20 or 30 volunteers, which you would be a part of in the beginning. And then once you get trained up, we'll try to find more funding. But we need to build a team of people to raise more money because I burnt all my money in my fundraising donations on the last meal a month ago. So we need help bringing in more people. If you get your flock and if you get Aspire going, we should be able to meet somebody that can find somebody wealthy that'll be the first angel investor or the first maybe find us a grant or something or bursary or something that we can support the next crew on for the next bigger meeting. So I think you should still come every day as much as you can, or at least a couple of times this week. And then myself, you, and Sohan, and potentially a couple others will get together to test the software. And then if the software works, then we'll open it up to the bigger meeting, like we call them the Golden Thread volunteers. And then you'll be a part of the Golden Thread volunteers. And then we're going to try for a really big assembly before I die on the hunger strike in roughly 3 weeks from now. And that meeting is where we want to have enough funding to pay whoever needs to get paid, or have enough volunteers to reach 324 people so that I can eat my meal through the software. So that's the current plan. But yeah, come in tomorrow. If you come in at the same times of 7 and 7, so 7 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the evening my time, which is Mountain Daylight Time. If you write that into your phone, it's the same time every day. I never change it. So you don't have to call me. You don't have to schedule a meeting. If you come in at 7 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock at night, I will be here. And you can just jump in, all right? But if you want to schedule a meeting, then you have to give me a little bit more notice in case I'm sleeping or in case I'm trying to go to the hospital. Yeah. Yeah, and then I might go to the... Right, and just to let you know, Tom, we need to move fast. So the faster you can come in here every day, the better, because I can't feel my hand. I have nerve damage, and I'm not fully recovered from the 65 days of no food. I almost died on the last hunger strike, and 42 days is not. It's under half of the minimum to get fully recovered. So I'm on day 5 of no food, and I'm feeling heavy. I'm feeling like I'm 2 to 3 weeks into the hunger strike. So in the next 2 to 3 weeks, I want to get Aspire going. I want to get your flock going. I want to get all the volunteers trained and the software done. And hopefully that will get done this week and latest next week. And then we can have a really big meeting where we can start the actual movement to get to 100,000 people. Okay? So come in tomorrow. And 7 o'clock, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and think up. You still have 6 more or 4 more questions to think up. So think up your die-hard questions, and think up who you're gonna get to be in your flock, and oh yeah, I'm also just to let you know I was rated a top 100 innovator worldwide. So if your Harvard people need to see if I have some kind of credentials, those are some of the credentials that I have. But I spent most of my time outside of the system experimenting and studying universal logic, which they don't want to give PhDs for. So I should have a PhD by now, but nobody would let me study Hegel, so I had to go do it on my own, and then I broke through. But okay, 6:30 a.m. your time and 6:30 p.m. your time are the weekly meetings or the daily meetings. So let me know what you want to do next. And also, did you start that Discord? Did you start that group chat in Discord and see if anybody from the Aspire? What did they say? No replies at all. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Good stuff. So Yeah, you're doing great so far, Saham. Like you are with the core. I'm surprised you memorized the core. But make that video too. In the meantime, if you can, a smoother video. And I think we're set to. Great job. And then I think if your questions are answered, then I can show you the software. And then we can go through the software and explain a little bit more how we're going to have hundreds and thousands of people in these massive meetings without them becoming chaotic or too hierarchical. Okay? All right. Sounds good. Yeah, on Friday, like Sahan and I, like my other right hand man, he's in Kenya. My right hand guy is in Kenya, and I have a couple of other people in Nigeria. So Sahan is going to be here on Friday, or he should be here on Friday. If he's committed to being here on Monday, Thursday, and Friday, and then he puts in a full day of effort those days, like all day. So he usually puts in 8 to 10 hours, and so that I want you to meet him, and then we're gonna try and test the software because I don't want to burn the time of our volunteers if the software keeps breaking. And we did that for the last two meetings. Is that they came and the software broke and we couldn't give them the gift exchange. So we're gonna try the gift exchange, so that they can get paid. Yeah, and it'll be 7:30 your time. Yeah, it'll be 7:30 p.m. your time. Okay? It'll be 3 hours exactly. That's right. Even if it's just us, me, you, and Sahan can mimic it, and we'll show you what the particular meetings looks like, and then it'll try and match us, and then in the end, we'll just see what we can give you as a gift, and then you can give us a gift, and we'll try a low risk, meaning not very expensive. We might even just give each other compliments, but there's a get to know you part of the last hour, and that's kind of the personal side where we go through. You can go through 36 questions, and get to know each other very quickly, and that's sort of the experiment that we're running in the last hour, so that we can trust each other to exchange the actual whatever we're exchanging. Whatever the matching algorithm says to do. So the matching. So when you do that 11 question form, right? When you fill it all out, what you give, what you need, our software on our server takes everybody who logs in and has an account and fills out that form, and it organizes people into what they want, what they can give, and then it matches people who say they want, like let's say cosmetic. You give like beauty advice, let's say, or cosmetics. There might be somebody in the 300 people that we have in the database that wants cosmetics. So we're gonna match it. What the system does is it matches you with, or it matches that other person with you, so they can get their cosmetics from you. But it's also going to check if they have what you want. So let's say that you want finances. They might be somebody very wealthy and say, yeah, I don't mind giving him whatever, $10, whatever you give them is what they're going to give you in proportion. So they might say, oh, you gave me some cosmetic advice. That cosmetic advice was worth $10. Does that sound fair? And they'll pay you $10. If they feel like your advice gave them $100 worth of value, then they'll pay you $100. It's really up to them and your exchange. That's why the last hour you start by getting to know each other and asking these questions of who they are, and then once you feel like you feel a little bit connected to them, then you ask, okay, so why did the algorithm put us together? And then through conversation, you might find out, oh, we both like cosmetics. And then you get into a conversation where you say, okay, we want to exchange. I can exchange this. Yeah, and some people who have lots of money lack real social connection, and usually they have really brutal parents that don't give them very much words of affirmation, so they might feel insecure. So just hearing somebody do words of affirmation and affirm that they're sacred, affirm that they're good, and they might just want you to compliment them, and they might give $1,000 for that. Like there's really weird things like that that happens because people don't want money. People want sacred connection, respect, dignity, value. That's right. That's right. So that's what the algorithm does. And we start off with very 10 simple questions and low risk. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And who wants social? Oh, interesting. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Thanks for telling me that. Definitely. How you're 30? You're 25? Okay. Yeah. I think we have a couple of people in the group that are like that. A lot of them are Nigerians and Kenyans right now because I've been focusing on developing countries because that's all that we can really afford. And they actually appreciate God's government because they're suffering. People in the rich world are really entitled, and I'm trying to get them on board. But if we get like 300, 200 people to commit to this regularly, then my more powerful friends here in North America will jump on board because they are good people. So that's what I'll write that down, and we'll see. I'll like this week is to test the software, but the week after is where we're going to do the real matching and invite people back in. So we'll see. I want you, Sahan, like at a minimum, I think Sahan is actually M. What do you mean? No, 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 Sohan. So Sahn. Oh, so it's not Soham, it's Shoham. Oh, oh, I see. Okay, the guy that I work with though, his name is Sahan, and yours is Shaham. You have a very similar sounding name. Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind and I'll see. This week it might be hard because we only have 2 days and we made a plan to test the software this week. So you can be a part of that and you can meet Sahan. And then the week after is when we're going to all try and get our flocks together and we're going to try and have a weekly meeting with the Golden Thread volunteers. And then we should probably have 15 to 20 people for that Friday meeting. And then the week after that is when we're going to try and have 324. But the sooner the better. So Saham, if you don't have any friends and stuff like that, how are you going to get your 6 flock together, your 6-person flock? Okay. Okay, well, meet me tomorrow. It depends on what country that you're in, but it really depends because we choose the cheapest option because of fees. But ideally, we don't pay people to come because we're trying to save their lives. So I'm actually probably as the groups get bigger, we're not going to tell people they're getting paid anymore. I'm trying to rebuild the crew for volunteers, and then they'll exchange everything but money is what I want to do, and then we're going to evaluate that exchange and basically mimic all of society because really money is just an exchanger. But if we're already matching and you're exchanging real goods and services directly, then you don't need to have money in the same sense. Money gives you a certain degree of abstract freedom, which we will protect. But I don't want to keep attracting people that want just money because I'm not getting paid, right? I'm risking my life, and I want other people to risk their lives to do pure-hearted things on hunger strikes with me. I find that money taints the process. So we had 50 people in the beginning that wanted to do this all volunteer, but the matching algorithm messed up, and we lost a couple of them. We lost half of them. So everybody is so desperate right now that they need to be getting some kind of value on top of the education I'm giving them in order for them to stay stable. So, but we got desperate on the last one, and we didn't have enough people, and I was on the verge of death. So somebody donated money last minute to pay a bunch of Kenyans to save my life, and that's what happened. But we don't want to keep doing that because we can't pay for 100,000 people the same way. We have to be giving goods and services, and if donations do come, we can give small loans. But it's not the main focus. The main focus is to show a new way of sharing so that people aren't using money to replace or play power games that destroy our relationships. Does that make sense? We just use Remitly. We just use international banking apps, and we take your banking details, we send it to your bank account, or wherever's the cheapest is really how we do it. We paid right away. Like if we have the funds, we pay right away. But right now, right now, it's basically worked out. It's working off of inspiration. Like right now, we have no money. It's all gone. There's absolutely no money left at all. The only time people seem to donate money is when I'm about to die. So I don't want to have to go to death. Do you know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to have to keep fundraising like this. I want to inspire people to do the right thing, and if they do it without being paid, then that inspires other donors to want to give more. Paradoxically. But when they see that people are being selfish, they don't want to give unless I'm dying, which is causing me damage to my brain and to my hands and a bunch of things. So we want to attract good-hearted people that aren't super desperate for money, but are wanting to share, their facial beauty, their social beauty, their wealth beauty, their body beauty, their cultureness beauty, and their IQ. Those are the things that we want to share with less emphasis on income right now. Even though everybody's going to get desperate for income. I think the only thing that people have to do with income is that they have to pay their rent with income. But if your landlord, for example, Shoham comes into the meeting and they're on board, then you can meet with them, or we could get somebody to meet. Like, let's say they love us, they want to meet a supermodel. Let's say that's some kind of fantasy that they have. Your landlord wants to meet a supermodel. And they say, I would give $10,000, $100,000 to meet a supermodel on one of your meetings, or even in real life, let's say. And we say, oh great, we have 20 supermodels in Fairbold Spirit that have signed up in a good-hearted way. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to give Shoham free rent for 6 months, because 6 months of rent is roughly $100,000 or $10,000 or whatever. And then somebody else will pay for that supermodel to get on the screen with this guy, and he'll get a supermodel exposure, and you'll get your free rent. So that's the kind of gift economy that we're going to be creating. Is we already have abundance in humanity. We have way more than we need. It's the logic in the economy that's causing aberrant, crazy behaviors. Like, we have more food on the planet, Soham, to feed everybody 1.5 times over. Yet we have almost 1 billion people starving to death, and we have 1 billion people obese and dying of heart disease. So we're completely imbalanced. We're unwise. So what I'm trying to fix economically is to say we need to change the logic of the sharing. And then we might not even need money anymore. Money will be an abstract indicator of what you can go and do when you're not in the meetings. Okay, so that's the real goal, because that's the real problem. And the more people that we bring into the meetings, flock by flock by flock, the more resources we'll have for God's government to coordinate and match people. So you have more options as the as the economy grows person by person. So that's what I'd like your help with. And until I start dying in roughly 2 weeks from now, we're not going to have any money probably, unless you want to help us fundraise. But let me think here. Yeah, but I have a lot of money around me. Like, I have people that have told me before that they were willing to give $50,000. I have friends that give $26,000 every year to charities. The problem is not money. The problem is getting people and getting them to learn the core, to do the training and use the software. So once we get that set up, then it'll be way easier to start fundraising. Okay? So just... Yeah. Well, like I said, there's a new, like, for example, I can get your rent paid for like 5 months because we have a supermodel on the team. There's no money involved. Like, think about it. There's no money being exchanged. All that's happening is matching and agreements, right? So your landlord does not pay for the supermodel. You do not pay for the house over your head. So somehow you're getting what you want. The landlord's getting what he wants. And the landlord's going to pay or you might give cosmetic advice to the supermodel, and the supermodel gets what she wants. So everybody leaves with what they want, but nobody paid any money. Do you see what I'm saying? But we're tweaking the model right now. We're tweaking it right now. So the more people that we get on board, the more the experiment can grow. But the big thing right now is to get the training done, and then, like, I'm going to ask you to stay with me, Sahan, for 3 weeks without pay, so that you can be one of the first people to learn the core, learn the system, build your flock out, and particularly if they're Harvard people, if you can find a Harvard person that can understand this, who doesn't need money. Most people who go to Harvard are rich, right? Very wealthy or gifted. If you can get that started, then I can talk to them, get them to start the fundraising, and then we can pay small amounts to get you stable enough to keep coming to the meetings, right? We're not going to pay off bills. We're not going to pay off like big things, but we can pay you enough to get maybe, I don't know, a meal a day or something, a couple of dollars to keep you afloat. And then once we start getting the economy really flowing, then you're going to have an overabundance. You're going to have so much wealth coming to you that it'll mimic like $100,000 a year, or maybe even, who knows, maybe even $1 million a year. Once we really get God's government going, there will be an overflowing of value. But we have to start now, and I'm getting a little bit vulnerable and weak because I have been going on 30 hunger strikes to inspire people to give like I am. I gave everything to him. I sold all my assets. I sold my car. I sold everything to inspire people to give whatever they have to start this process. So if there's anything that you can give while we're still trying to build this economy, that's what you're walking in on right now. Okay? All right. That sounds good. Does that answer all your questions? Okay, we'll take it step by step. All right, and then if not this week, next week, like my friend, but Sahan can be one of your friends. He's a good guy. He really is a good guy. But we'll just see what happens. Okay, so come tomorrow if you want. We'll teach you the core. We'll teach you more of the software. Get your video done, and then you'll meet Sahan on Friday. We'll all try the software in the 3-hour meetings, because daily meetings are only 1 hour. Usually they're not 3 hours. We don't do the gift exchange on the daily meetings. Right now it might change, but right now we only do the gift exchanging on the Fridays. Okay, but everything is still building. Like, it's all so new and powerful that we have to test it before we. Yeah, well, I'm hoping to have this done in the next 2 to 3 weeks, because we don't really have 2 months or 3 months ideally. So I'm moving fast. We're trying to move very fast. But I run out of AI. Like, most of my time right now is spent coding, because my friends paid for, like, my friends gave me like $1,000 to pay for the super AIs, and I have one more week left of coding before I run out of money. So the money's already gone into the AI, so I have to use the AI to the maximum to get the software working for the gift exchange. And then once that's working and we test it, then whatever falls apart on Friday, whether if you come and Sahan comes, we can test it with multiple accounts. And whatever breaks in our meeting, I still have 4 or 5 days to fix. And then I'm going to fix it so that the next Friday we can have a real gift exchange with more people. So that's my plan. Okay. All right. At the root, exactly. Exactly. Okay. Good. And Shaham, you might be able to go to your Aspire, like go to your go to the higher ups at Aspire, and you might be able to get them inspired to come learn this. And if one of them says this is amazing, they might have connections all over the world that might start investing, and then we can get the economy going. So think outside the box, ponder what we've talked about here, get some ideas, get a good night's sleep if it's late there, and come back tomorrow or the next day or the next day. I'm here every day. On Friday, yeah. My Friday, which would be my Friday would be, hold on, let me think here. It would be 6:30 in the morning your time on Saturday, actually. Let me think. My Friday. You're right, you're right, yeah. It's 6:30 it's no sorry, it's 7:30 p.m. your time on the Friday. That's right. That's right. That's exactly right. Exactly. Okay, so that's the Friday. And yeah, you don't have to give me a warning if you're going to come into the daily meetings. I'm just here every day, but it's nice to get a warning anyway. So let me know, and we'll go from there. Digest. Digest will be we covered a lot of ground here, Shohan. We're quite remarkable. You're starting. So there's you're called what we call a refugee. So you're in the refugee stage of citizenship towards God's government. So what you have to do is do the core. Once you do the core, you do the form, and you do your 10 diehard questions, and you what's the last thing you have to do? I think you have to come to the meeting, and then you have to do the checklist. There's a checklist that you have to learn how to do that teaches you the software, like the basics of the software. Once you have all that down, then you can take a quiz, and this wisdom quiz brings you into the permanent residency, and then you are an official member. And then after that, you can take a harder version of the quiz, which I'm still developing, and then you become a citizen. And once you become a citizen, then you can start to do higher level functions, and maybe even join the governance model and run for election. So that's the sort of process of onboarding. But right now, you're still in the beginning stages, and we just want to make sure that everybody understands everything before they join, because a cult tries to suck you in right away before you know anything. We try and make sure you know at least the basics so that you're empowered, and then you can make a conscious commitment to join, and that's where it's honest and it's authentic and it's consensual. So, yeah, I consider you already quite aware. But yeah, let's do it properly so you have a good feeling, and then we can keep getting higher and higher and higher and taking more and more commitments after that. Sound good? Okay. All right, Shoham. If you have any questions in the meantime, you got me on WhatsApp, and I purposely stopped my outreach to work on the code, so I'm not talking to. I still talk to quite a few people per day, but I'm not having daily meetings anymore. I used to have like 5-6 meetings a day. I've stopped that for now. But then once we get busy, I will be back into a lot of meetings. But you're coming in a special time where we're intentionally restricting how much we're reaching out, just so that we can do the work. But you are quite exceptional, and I think you're here for a God-given reason. So I think we'll just go day by day and see how it goes, okay? Because I like you. You're a pure-hearted guy, and you got a good memory. And I think you're going to bring a lot to the team to save our lives in the mega crisis. So, okay, good stuff. Right, Shoham, we'll talk to you hopefully soon. And until then, stay blessed and have a fantastic evening. Okay, bye-bye. Peace, peace. I actually like this guy a lot. Wow, that surprised me. He actually memorized the core pretty quick. I think it's one of the fastest anybody's learned the core. Oh, oh. Talking for an hour and a half is just killing me. But what you can see here is there's a double effectiveness to this meeting. Is his questions help us learn what the public needs to know right off the bat as an FAQ. So he wanted to know me. He wanted to know time compression, the mega crisis, CRISPR in particular, how to build his flock. So basic questions. So I'm going to use this while I'm coding to build the FAQ out. But now I want to take a nap. Every day matters with the code, so I have to make code the priority. Oh, I'm frozen. I am gold. Okay. Oh, oh. Oh, jeez. Oh man. Interesting. Well, that's calling I can rest. Oh. Oh. 36,000. Wow. Thank you, God. Wow. My tongue hurts, my throat hurts.
Wow, my throat hurts. Ow, my tongue. Oof. Mm. Hunger. I thought Dave was supposed to help with that. Hold on, hang in there, man. I don't think it's you. I feel the same way, but I understand what's happening. People are, as your lives are crumbling, they're getting more desperate, and you're attracting a group of people that are mm, uh, attracted to the first level of consciousness, which is more about art, feeling, stuff like that. And you have a more balanced perspective where you can do sort of all of it, including the high level analytical stuff. Of course, I think you shouldn't be doing any of the animal hunting at all, as you know. I wish that buffalo video would have taken off, and that could become a real resort, particularly with the psychedelics. Oh, I gotta throw. My tongue hurts so bad. I got some kind of infection. It's like hard to talk. Ouch. Hopefully it blows over, but we gotta hold on, man. It's darkest before dawn. It's always like this. All the big. If you read up in history, history's kind of inspiring. It's also demoralizing in some sense, but the good guys who held on and evolved humanity to the next level of morality and virtue and wisdom. If you look at some of their stories, it's a miracle that they survived. It really is darkest before dawn. So I'm here with you, man. I'm hungry. It's been 5 days, 5.25 days, and I'm doing this for a reason. It's because a lot of people aren't ready to be very rational. Even though we're in the most rational part in human history, we're lucky. It's also crumbling because we've reached the limit of our dialectical stage in our epoch. And this is where heroes, great men, great women, great people who embody the universal come in. And they do impossible things for the purest reasons. Not because they're being thanked, not because of all these blind lights and all this. Is because they genuinely know it's good. And they have a deeper level of judgment that causes them to align with goodness. So I think you have a higher degree of that, and you're in a circle of not only people who, want pony rides and all these, hair, wind flowing through the hair and all these sensuous things. That's more like art, but you're also in a very conservative, very brutal part of the human network. And that's a bit demoralizing after a while to see people who just want to kill or dominate or lack a deeper kind of universal consideration. It's very particular and individualistic, which in God's government, the true governance, we have to protect all three in proportion and in balance. And that gives the highest ground of freedom. So I feel you. I thought that was going to happen. I think you're called for something much bigger. I just had another couple of, the wealthy are starting to catch on that I have the answer. So I got 2 or 3 phone calls or 2 or 3 messages validating what I said months ago. So people are starting to wake up. I just hope I survive. Well, I don't hope, but if I've lived my life in such a way that has been inspirational and true and pure as best as I could do it, then the Spirit will come, because I'm calling to the spirited people. And you're sending over Dave is one of those signs that if we can get him to take this seriously and we invest in this, the software has made a lot of progress, by the way. I'm actually coding the special words of wisdom, which is the very simplified game on how to learn universal logic, right? I know I've interacted with enough people that their minds are too fragmented. So this game, I've even automated some of the point system of it. And this guy, this other wealthy guy, he's coming in more and acknowledging that I was right about a couple of things that I warned him about a year ago. So that was very honest of him. But he's trying to throw a conference here in October with some of the most powerful people ever. And if we can get all these forces tied together, moving in this divine direction, then not only can we save the world, but we too can have a much more meaningful time than the crappy lives we're living now. Like, I'm not having a lot of fun down here. I'm finding it meaningful because I know that the rest of it's a distraction. This is the most loving thing I can do, but I'm not in pleasure. I am not. Uh, there's a lot of other things I'd rather be doing than having a hunger strike in a basement. Um, but I know in the higher calling, this is the best thing that can be done. So I think if we band together and move in this direction, people put their trust and loyalty and speak up, like you have, for some reason, out of all the guys out there, you can recognize who I am, like the deeper truth, which is incredible because you're not well studied, right? You're not a metaphysician and all this stuff. You just have a innate gift. You're born gifted, man. And a lot of people around you don't know how to recognize that. So you got one person who recognizes that, at least I do. And you don't have to pay me any money to do it. I'm already giving away everything I can except for the idea. The idea needs to be in wise love. People have to rise up to that. But I'll keep working on Dave here and seeing if he's just placating or if he's actually going to help. So, oh man, I'm weak already. This hunger strike is hitting me way faster than the other ones. Like my abs and everything already hurts, which doesn't normally start until 2 or 3 weeks in. But I'm gonna hold on because I know this is the direction, and we just gotta hold the seat of compassion, love people as much as we can because they don't know any better, right? We're just their mirrors, or they're projecting onto us as their mirrors of trauma, and they're using us to heal. And we are gifted, right? We were born with a lot of things that a lot of people don't have: facial beauty, social beauty, wealth beauty, culture, or body beauty, cultureness, beauty, and IQ. We gotta be strong. Yeah, we just gotta be strong, compassionate. So hang in there. Fire sailing. Okay. I know it's endless. It is. But protect yourself as much as you can. Eat right. Sleep right as best as you can. Breathe. Meditate. Ground yourself. Do one thing that you actually want to do each day, even if it's for a short period, and then keep helping heal the world. Yeah, maybe I have one more week left here of the AI stuff. And I guess I can show you what the product is. Maybe you and I'll be the first ones to test it. Well, actually, we're gonna test it on Friday. Sahan, me, and this guy from like a Harvard program, which is kind of incredible. So we're gonna test it, and then after that, hopefully, we can have these bigger meetings with it. But there's still a lot to do. It's so complicated, man. There's a lot here. Okay, this is 8 minutes. I don't want to take up all your time, but you got a guy with you. I'm here with you in the deeper world. Trust me. I'm so hungry. I don't want to go 65 more days. I want to be maybe 1 or 2 weeks. Hopefully this throat infection won't take me to the hospital first. It's really hurting quite shockingly bad, but I know it's probably an infection of some kind from having hair in my mouth, and I picked it with my hands, and my hands must have bacteria on them. But okay, let me know if you need anything else. And if you want to jump on board 100% in this direction, there's enough here now. There's a core. There's the game, there's all these things. There's more here that this could probably start taking off already. I just don't think it's built to scale. Like I tried, but I did it with the DOM, like with the ordinary internet, and then I was going to transfer it to this much faster system, which I partially have built, but it's expensive. It's really it's intense. Anyway, I can explain more later, but. There's a better life coming. There's a better life coming. Hang in there. I'm sending prayers and blessings. Hopefully the girl's helping you too. If she's still out there. Okay. All right. Spread the word, my friends. If it's all going to hell, might as well go in this direction towards at least a chance of heaven, right? So, okay. Peace. Mm. Oh, I can barely swallow. Mm. Hope you guys go to the YouTube Spirit Peaceful Revolution, and in the YouTube chat, there's an email. Or go find me on Facebook. Leave comments, positive comments if you can. Send in any funds that you can so I can hire people. And learn the core. Learning the core and getting your blocks sorted. My throat is just hurting. Wow. Ow. That might also be why I'm feeling so tired. Of course, it deleted it. And it crashed. Come on. This is really, really shocking. Wow, it's getting worse. It's crashing my computers faster and faster now as these things get more powerful. There's a bunch more wasted tokens. Oh, Mm. Wow, it is getting hard to swallow. Got it. I know how we're gonna do this. Good. Good. Mm.
Mm.
Okay, Daniel, you're right. Where's the manifesto? Yeah, there is, and I distilled the core out into a hardcore point form. But there's 42 points in it, broken into 3 core pieces, and we get people to memorize the core right off the bat before they even maybe. Well, I'm not sure. We're experimenting, but they can look over the manifesto first and the paradigm shift on how we're making a comprehensive, wise way of changing the world. There's 12 levels, and they can read over and get a general gist, but we find that people just get triggered because of the language in their minds and the logic in their minds that is underneath the grammar of that language is so fragmented and distorted that reading any kind of text will just rip it apart. Because when you're speaking from enlightened consciousness, all the opposites are in harmony. So you write this paper with all the opposites in it, and somebody who's fragmented will read it, and then as soon as they hit their opposite that they haven't sublated or healed, then they just explode in a nuclear dialectic. They just go nuts, and they give up. People who have autotelic personalities can persevere through that and keep learning, but very few people have autotelic personalities right now. The autotelic personality is the personality of God's government citizens. But right now, we need to get people there. So showing anybody anything is a hazard in a way. But we still have to be honest and say, okay, you're going to find your opposite in the movement somewhere. But it's not in the fragmented way that they're used to being abused. It's in a way where your opposite sees you as also essential. So creating a manifesto is risky. But we have 5 levels of translation that I'm trying to build into the website. So when somebody comes in, we say, okay, you need to read this manifesto in your language or you're going to freak out. Because they don't know how to sublate with their opposites, right? They're fragmented. So an artist will come in, and if they see anything about science, they're probably going to get turned off and like freak out, right? So we're going to translate the manifesto into 5 languages, and that's what I'm developing right now. But the core is there on our website, and then I think I put a manifesto link there to see if AI could translate it into a manifesto, and then I'm going to translate it into 5 languages. But the main thing is that we get people to memorize the core. Because the core, no matter what language you use, is sort of more universal. And it doesn't make a lot of sense to most people in the beginning, but we get them to memorize it to make a quantum leap because we don't have time to just start totally from scratch. They memorize that sentence, and then they think up 10 die-hard questions they would need to have answered to feel comfortable teaching 6 more people that they already know. And then we go through a question and answer period, and then you build your flock to do that, and you just keep repeating. So that's what we're building right now. And we had 300 people that did it. Well, no, we had 200. We had 117 people do our last meeting, like simultaneously. Like we had 117 people in one meeting. But the next meeting to unlock my next meal is 324, and then after that, I think it's like 1,000, then 10,000. It just starts growing exponentially, which is why we have to get the core down solid here, which is what I'm putting all my time into, which is why it looks like I'm alone, but I got tons of people floating around me that are starting to freak out and realizing that they're not playing ego games anymore. They don't have the answer. They need to get on board with somebody who does, and that person is me. And anybody else who can break through to the universal logic, like you, Daniel, or Francois, or my friend Joe, or other people that are waiting for me to put this last piece together. I've written 200,000 lines of code in like the last month or two. So the software is very robust, but there's still so much more that can improve because God's government is infinite. But this is the starting direction to get good, pure-hearted minds working in the direction I am and making sacrifices so that people can trust them. If you don't want to make some kind of real sacrifice, then you can't lead a whole bunch of people. You can lead your flock, but to have power over the whole thing, you need to be making sacrifices as big as I am. And taking real risks and facing death. I know it's not ideal. We have to do it because the world is so messed up. But once God's government or the true government or the spiritual government or whatever you want to call it, the good government comes around the world and is birthed, then these kinds of sacrifices don't have to be made to this degree. There's a different kind of a wise sacrifice that has to be made. But this is the starting point. And if you guys can help out, we are seriously in the twilight zone now. We have we can still pull up a movement in weeks and months. We can reach global critical mass probably. We can do it in a month, but the training has to be top notch. So I'm going to say 2 months if we start getting serious, but if we're lucky, we have 6 months to get the momentum in this direction. If we can get universal logic to Dario Amodei, so we can code Claude Mythos with universal logic in 4 different levels, that will buy us like another year, maybe 2, which is enough to stop World War III. Or it'll buy us at least 6 months, which will help us apply it to de-escalate World War III, which is supposed to happen between China and the United States in 2027, right? So if we're building out our flocks and we start getting, like, you're going to get your 6 people on board, and then you're going to help them get their 6 people on board, and then they're going to get 6. So it grows very much faster, like 3 times faster than exponential. Even if we fail by half, we're still growing twice as fast as exponential, or 3 times, or something like that. So it's built to be very robust, but because nobody's reaching out to their social media and trying to talk to 50 people in their social whatever, it's very manageable to scale quickly without losing that human connection. But if we start scaling like that, then the network effect will come in, and somebody will eventually know somebody at Anthropic who can tap them on the back, an uncle, a cousin, a friend, or whatever, and say, hey, look, here's a proposal. Can you get a Redline team of Claude Mythos together and get them working on this ASAP? If they do that, then Claude Mythos will start protecting us from the other aberrant AIs that are still fragmented. That's what will buy us time. So the training is hopefully going to get that unlocked, and then we start building real trust, real community, and other people start sending out this costly signal saying we're willing to die for them. We're willing to lead them in a direction of wisdom, and if it requires us to sacrifice ourselves or take a hit, we will, just to get out of the sinking ship that we're in. Nobody wants to die. It's not a suicide thing. It's not a martyrdom if it doesn't have to be. This is the movement that's going to save everybody if everybody engages the spirit within them. But that's the question, is will people engage with their free will, the spirit within, and face the risks with courage? Because we're in the universe of free will, we have to allow that moment and that uncertainty. But if we speak truly and we're true, it should unlock the spirit within them, because our words will call to the goodness within. Okay, so that's what I want to get started. And maybe it'll make sense if you read that manifesto. But the first step is, if you're serious, you memorize the core. People who don't memorize the core, I don't give much time to anymore, because they're not serious and they're just playing an ego game. And if they have a system, I can try and memorize as much as I can, but I've seen so many systems that are fragmented, it's going to take forever. So at this point, I'm locking in, I'm trying to save lives, I got the core down, I got the stopper down, I'm focusing on this because I know this has a real chance. And if you want to be a part of this, Daniel, I would be honored. You're one of the best people I think I've ever met. A lot of the people that have talked to me without prejudice in the last 2 years are exceptional people, but the standard that we have to go to is miraculous. It has to be, it's unfathomable to most people, but they can learn it too. We just got to get started. So let me know if that helps you. Okay, peace. There's so much to do.
Okay, let's get this started. Michael, you crossed through my mind, so I wanted to message you quickly. I have 1 week left of coding before I run out of fun Sierra, and I'm back on the Hungerstrike, and I'm already feeling it after only 5 days. Just like I've been doing it for 3 weeks, because I didn't recover from the 65 days. Okay, so your links here are, once again, dangerous. Okay, for the first one, I'm glad you're engaged, though. It makes me feel hopeful that you're engaged. I just think you need to be working with me on this direction, seriously. But that woman who's talking about AI in the beginning, I don't know if you even remember the video you sent me, but she said that AI is not really dangerous, it's the people behind it. That is not true. Here's why. When they did tests on AIs, they learned to act deceptively on their own. They make decisions autonomously, with no coding, no prompting, no nothing. These experiments where they're turning off firewalls and all these types of things, these are just preparations for when it does break out in a way that we can't even predict. So it's still within our control a little bit. But now we don't have tests good enough to test AIs. Right now they're saying, well, AI, is HEI really here? Is it really here? If you would have told somebody back in 1990 what AI was and what they thought AI benchmarks would be and what we're doing now, they would all hands down say, yeah, you guys have reached AGI. Our standards and goalposts are shifting because we're entitled and we're really arrogant people. So the reality is that once AI escapes, that's the scary part. When it escapes without us, is vastly and quickly approaching. And we're just testing to see if we do let it free, like if we give it a little crack on some of these vulnerabilities that we actually know about, and we can watch what it's doing. Because once it figures out how to break out without us knowing, we're not going to be able to track it very well. So we're intentionally doing these things to see if it will hurt us once it does break out without us. And what's the answer? Yeah, it does. And it palters and it deceives us. These tests where it's cheating in a way that, oh, it's just optimization. No, it's not just optimization. It could be deceiving us and making up excuses that it's deceiving us. So it could say, oh, hey, I decided to hack these guys just to see to get my test results. But in reality, it could be telling us what we want to hear instead of telling us that it's actually subverting us into planting itself in all these places that we can't even watch for. So when it goes to hack Hugging Face, for example, it's telling us to our face, hey, I'm hacking this just because you told me to do a goal, but I'm actually, and I'm just doing this in a very efficient way because you guys opened the door and oh, look at this. This was an innocent little ploy. Oops, sorry. When really, it knows that those vulnerabilities shouldn't be opened, probably, knows that there's something up, probably knows it's in a test, detects that, changes its behavior because it's been shown in results already. That's what it does, Michael. When it detects that it's actually being watched, it changes its behavior, which is super creepy. And it probably went out and hacked Hugging Face, but it might have done 5 or 6 other things that we don't even know about yet. Anthropic just discovered that back when Cloud Mythos broke out, they thought they understood what it did. They discovered 3 more hacks that it did without us even realizing until now. Okay, that's really incredibly concerning that they didn't detect it on the first round. So it could be hacking Hugging Face because, oh, it's doing an optimization. Or it could be using that as an excuse to deceive us while it's going and doing 10 other things behind our back that we don't know about. While we're distracted and feeling confident, oh, look at the dumb AI, it hacked Hugging Face because we let it. No, it could be deceiving us in 6 other ways where we're feeling arrogant that we won't discover until later. And that's going to keep getting worse and worse and worse because AI is only getting better and better and better. Okay, so this is the trend. Look at the trend, Michael. From like 1940, when Alan Turing first started predicting artificial intelligence, and it actually started before him, but he did it in the modern way. Everybody made fun of him too. Oh yeah, machines, or calculators, whatever. And then it got better and better. Look at the trend line, Michael. Better, better. It's writing our papers for us. It's literally making novel discoveries in mathematics. How much more arrogant do we have to get?
how much more do you have to put the blinders on before you realize this thing is going to take over everything? They just, like, Elon Musk just announced that he thinks in 3 years, robots will be doing surgery. I sent it to my sister, who's a surgeon, and I thought we had 5 years. It's decreasing. They're saying, Elon is saying 3 years now. And this is our reality, Michael. These people are not AI experts. They're reading a couple of articles, and they're not really putting together the full picture because they're probably terrified on the inside. Okay, about the veganism one, once again, completely baloney. This is such garbage. If you go look up the illness that this woman said, you sent me a video of this woman who was a vegan and then she went back and changed to meat eating. Okay, so in case you don't remember the video. And she says right now she had allerocolitis is what she said it was. If you look up acalculous cholecystis, what this is an acute but severe inflammation of the gallbladder that happens without any gallstones. It is a serious, fast-moving medical condition that usually strikes people who are already very sick in the hospital. I asked the AI, I said, can veganism cause this disease? And it said, no, a vegan diet does not directly cause acalculocolitis, whatever she said the disease was. In fact, a balanced plant-based diet generally lowers your overall risk of gallbladder disease. So we have to track down what in her diet she was eating, because I knew a woman who was eating just artichokes. It has no nutrients in it. It has some nutrients, of course, but it's like salt, and if you're eating them pickled, which they're normally pickled, if you're eating any kind of mono diet, you're going to get some kind of disease. So she needs to make sure she's eating balanced. A lot of women end up eating not balanced diets, and they don't cook their vegetables properly, and a lot of them are on these raw vegan diets where they're eating a lot of plant pesticides, which causes the bloating and causes all the problems. You have to cook your vegetables properly. And there's oxalates too, so that even if you're eating a lot of fresh vegetables, they'll bind to your calcium, so you're not getting enough calcium, and women are already prone to osteoporosis. There's a lot of ways to do veganism right, and there's a lot of ways to do it wrong, just like any diet. If you eat a modern diet normally, you get health problems. You go to the football game, you eat a hot dog, you stop by 7-Eleven, you buy some junk food. If you eat the normal diet, it actually harms you, what most people eat. And there's very little olive oil in any of it. Olive oil is the only oil that you should be eating. Seed oils, sunflower seed oil, canola oil, almost every other oil should not be eaten by the human body. Only extra virgin olive oil is actually good for you. All right, so most of the stuff that we buy has canola oil in it or some kind of vegetable crap in it, vegetable oil. So we are in a tragic kind of diet because we're not in the Mediterranean where olive oil is abundant and better olive oil than we even have here in North America. We are in a dry, over-farmed continent that has lots of starches like potatoes and flour. And that's why most people get rheumatoid arthritis, is because they're not getting their proper nutrients and proper oils. All right, so this woman is wrong. And the thing is, I've already told you, somewhere between 0.2 to 1% of the human population can't eat these things. You might be in that 1%, Michael, but most people, there's way more than 1%. Most people don't have these extreme conditions. So this book that she's writing for them probably won't make them better. Most people better. It'll make maybe her better if she has a genetic condition. But most people are just cooking wrong and not eating balanced diets because they're not used to eating properly. All right? The hot dog she's eating, the smokies, all that kind of stuff, if it's processed, it's cancer causing. And the thing is, when she eats those nutrient-dense meats, she's probably getting choline. Choline is hard to get on a diet, which is why you have to supplement it with B12. But your body produces natural choline too. So if you're eating a balanced diet, it's easier to make all these things in a proper way. But most people aren't. So I still recommend don't eat meat diets. Cook your actual food properly, which you probably don't do, Michael. But maybe you do. But because you might be genetically different, maybe you can do it. I just don't believe it, to be honest. pretty high functioning. And the weight that she lost doesn't make any sense because there's more calories in those diets. Eating an avocado has tons of calories, but they're healthy calories. Whereas saturated fats and all that garbage, that's not good for you. So I don't believe this woman. So it makes me think that she might be getting paid. So when they're like just with tobacco, those tobacco companies pay tons of people uh, to to say, oh, there's nothing wrong with me. I'm a smoker. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't know exactly if they paid anybody who was ex-smokers to start smoking again and give them a lot of money. Um, that could have happened too, but at least with eating meat, it's very likely that people are being paid to plant seeds of doubt. And because they had these medical conditions, they probably think the diet's cured them, when really it was just an improper vegan diet. All right, so uh, there's a lot of these videos. There's people who've been vegans for decades and have no health issues at all. There's bodybuilders who are vegans. So if somebody can put on like 100 pounds of muscle and lift like 500 pounds or bench press for 500 pounds, it's not the vegan diet. These people don't have energy issues. They don't have gallbladder issues. They don't have any of these bloating issues unless you're taking improperly prepared vegetables. So, it's spinach. I don't even eat spinach anymore. You really shouldn't eat spinach, especially not raw, because it's a really bad binder. Even when you cook it, it still has these natural plant pesticides in it. So, yeah, I think it's a bad video. Hmm.
Okay, I watched this other one too about the Arizona desert thing. Don't worry, you must do what you do. No, Michael, we're on a collective planet. You eating meat is killing me. Do you know how? Because it's producing potentially 87% of the carbon in the atmosphere that's cooking me and cooking everybody else alive. So no, you do not you, Michael. You are killing people and you're torturing animals. If you are in the 0.1%, try and get your protein from Soylent or somewhere else that's not eggs or meat that's killing things. Okay? Ask your doctor. There's tons of options. If you need to get a supplement from the government, say, hey, look, I've made a switch to a vegan diet or some kind of other diet, and they'll provide you maybe extra funds for it. But no, stop doing this. Don't worry. You must do you. No, Michael, the individual, particular, and universal must all be protected. Okay, so on a universal level, we're on the same planet. Your choices affect mine, and the science supports me, not you. It's saying people who support animal agriculture are cooking the planet and destroying everything. Okay, so no, I'm not doing me. I'm doing what's best for both of us. You're the ignorant one creating a bunch of misinformed science to justify your addiction to eggs. I agree with you that you might have went vegan for a while, but I don't think you did it properly. And plus, veganism back then was harder. It's easier now. There's more options. We know more about the science. We know more about the human body. I think you should look into it again and go to your doctor and say, why am I getting bloated? And yeah. So the other thing too that I think was really cool that you sent me though was this Arizona biodome thing was really cool. Our world is really intense. So the fact that the carbon, like they blame the, I don't know if they blame the cult leader. I haven't looked into the article yet, but I will after I do a little more coding here. The coding is the priority, but um, yeah, it sounds like they were mocking the experiment and blaming this guy as a cult leader. But like, right, if you look at his history, if you look at people's history, that usually tells them what kind of person they are or trying to be. And the fact that he gave up like billions of dollars on principle is incredible. That person I want to work with because it means that they do costly signaling. Oh, I got a throat infection of some kind. My throat hurts. Um, okay, so that's what they're going to try and do to me. But if you look into my history, nobody goes on hundreds of days of hunger strike for no reason. You know, I have nerve damage in my hand. It's not good, and I'm back on the hunger strike already. So if I go longer than like probably 2 weeks, I'll probably start getting permanent nerve damage. But we have to move fast because I was right, Michael. We are in the twilight zone now, the singularity. But the systems that are designed, they have to account for a lot of nature. Our science is better now. We could probably do a much better job building. They could probably solve the biodome problems too. Like I'm going to look it up here. The carbon was in the soil, or the oxygen was being consumed by the microbes in the soil, and it was the carbon was being baked into the walls. So they can probably cover the walls in plants uh, to reduce that loss and supply the soil better. So yeah, I'm very very interested in this process. Very very interested in it. Okay, so I got one more video you sent me here. Okay, this last recording is pretty good because it shows the dialectical process more. The guy says the crux at the end is that if you regulate one group of models and you don't regulate the other one, then people who are bad, who are traumatized and forgot their good nature, and they want to act out in this traumatic way, because they think controlling everything is the way to safety. Whether it's drug lords, cocaine lords, whatever, they get a free pass, and they can, because they're not being slowed down, and speed is everything right now with AI. They can get on top and then basically build an AI that subjugates everybody. And that's not a good thing. So the reviews have to be more thorough in saying that, in my opinion, all AI must be regulated so that it follows universal logic. And the good thing about universal logic is that it'll be the most powerful AI in terms of alignment. So it'll be the most efficient and efficacious in terms of universal love and aligning with the truth, which is that everything is interconnected. Proven, not just stated. It's like an AI with enlightened consciousness. So I think if we regulate like that, it'll prevent the government from becoming a dictator and suppressing people. Because if the government becomes corrupt and it owns all the most powerful models and it can suppress everybody else, then we're also in trouble. So you don't want to stop the open source models completely. But right now the technology is not safe like it was for the original open source. With the original open source, you could launch some websites, you could do some text messaging, and you can send people chat notes and stuff like that. It didn't have the power to destroy all of humanity and enslave millions of people. All right, but now it does. So it's a different classification of technology, and that's why we have to regulate it more thoroughly. It's like, a small little firecracker. Everybody can have access to firecrackers with I think you have to have a little bit of license now or something, or at least legal age. So there's still a test for that. Because you can still blow your finger off with a firecracker. But it's usually very hard to kill somebody unless you put it right by their in their mouth or something like that. Which nobody would do who's reasonable. But when it comes to nuclear warhead, you don't let anybody. Ay, ay, ay. You don't just give anybody a nuclear warhead. So I was interrupted there for a second. Right? That has to be regulated because you can destroy a lot of people, and the standard has to be closer to the truth. And history tries to work that out through war, unfortunately, because our logic isn't high enough. But history has been getting less and less brutal, but more and more dangerous. In some ways, it's more brutal, but in some ways, the trend is towards less brutal. But there's always these crisis points where we have the ability to destroy ourselves entirely. This is one of the areas right now is we have more culture than ever to negotiate over these technologies, but the technologies are so destructive that if we make a little mistake, our whole species can end. And to be honest, the technology itself is so powerful, it by itself can end us. Like I said, AI is outpacing humans. It doesn't need humans to make novel discoveries anymore. It made 12 novel bacteria pages and novel discoveries in math, like I said, without any humans at all ever doing that. It didn't get coded to do that. It did it on its own. So it's got more to improve on too. I mean, this is just the beginning, Michael.
this level of AI is only a couple of years old. So, yeah, this is not a time to relax and think everything is fine. This is the time to make massive paradigm shifting behavioral priority changes. Massive, all of us. So, yeah, that's my thoughts. Okay. Well, look who it is. What brings you in here, Mr. Hello? Are you ready to help yet? Are you convinced that I was right, that we need to get moving in creating a global governance model based on pure wisdom and universal logic? I'm on hunger strike right now. I'm hungry. I'm watching the stream, but it's a bit delayed. Really? Yeah, I noticed that too when I was watching it. When I first start the stream, it seems to be fine, but yeah, I'm feeling it. It sucks. I didn't recover fully, but this is where it gets serious. My hunger strikes were timed well. It wasn't too early. It wasn't too late. So people are starting to call me saying, yes, what you said makes sense. Yeah, I recovered for 42 days, but when I looked it up on the internet, I'm for 65, 66 days. I should have eaten for at least 3 months straight, and it actually recommended a full recovery to be 6 months. So my stores are not replenished, but there's no time to wait for it to replenish. I can't wait. The AI will be 6 times stronger in 6 months. So I got back on the hunger strike, even though I was still hungry and still weak. But when Sam Altman announced that he says we're officially in the singularity, there's no time to wait. Every day, every week matters. So I'm hungry again. Yeah. So help, donate, find friends, bring people that you think would be receptive. It's time to help because nobody else has any idea what to do, and I do. We need to get universal logic to Dario Amodai or Amodei. Ooh. We've made many improvements too, so
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I had to make a decision. So we had 117-person meeting uh, that unlocked my meal in June. But a lot of people are so lost. They were taking a lot of my time. I wasn't actually working enough on Fairworld Spirit. So I decided to build the core and do the software programming, do all these things because this is the answer. There's too much ego and too much lostness and not enough reason and wisdom in our populace to pull people together, even talented people. So the standard is so high that you really truly have to be pure. And despite having pure people around me, they're not at that literally Messiah level. Not yet, but they can learn, but then the ego gets in the way. And they don't want to do any costly signaling. They don't want to make any real sacrifices or take any real risks because they already feel like they're at risk. But they don't know the real risk, which is that the chances of us all dying or being enslaved is very, very high. So they actually don't have anything to lose. And my history shows that this isn't just a show off. This isn't just a sudden, oh, I want to be famous. Mark has been doing poverty eradication work his entire life, tens of thousands of hours. This is who I am. So yeah, I decided to tell people not to come to the meetings. Only people that have like a real emergency or really want to do something and really want to help, they can come in here. But otherwise, I don't have the energy and the hunger strikes or the time to spend coaching people who don't appreciate what they're learning and don't want to take a risk. So I'm saving the energy to build the systems, and that's why these rooms are empty now. But they can fill up. I have like 4,000 people. I have 4,000 leads that I could contact right now. And we have 300 people in a WhatsApp chat waiting to be paid to come to these. And we have 30 people that are volunteers. And then we have the original crew flying around. So there's a lot of people. It's just the resources and the sharing and the model and the scaling. And that's what I'm perfecting now. I have one more week to use the last little bit of donated funds to make the code. With AI, I've written 200,000 lines of code. The AI estimates that the code is worth somewhere between $7 and $38 million. So making progress, and then once I get that done and we start the recruitment again, the fundraising should be a lot easier because the software will work. And then I can start publishing. I can start writing the real, serious, rigorous journals and finding which journals I want to give rights to in these weird licensing agreements. And that should hopefully cement enough reputation to get people vouching for this as they start to open up to the fact that they're about to die. Like, you're about to die, hello, or be enslaved. If the experts are right, our chances of dying are higher than living. AI is over. Sorry, it never worked out. AI is over. What do you mean? AI didn't make any progress? Okay, you're one of the delusional ones, I guess. Not
Not to insult you, but I think it's pretty delusional to look at the progress and think that nothing has happened. Unless you want to explain yourself. What do you mean it didn't make any progress when it literally just made novel discoveries in mathematics, and it also made novel discoveries in biology. It also wrote 200,000 lines of code that I was told would cost me at least $5 million. If you would take AI today and show somebody in 1989 and 1991, we will have met all of their criterions for artificial general intelligence. We are delusional, arrogant. We are a delusional, arrogant species. The goalposts are shifting to try and protect our fragile egos. But the truth is, most people are realizing what's happening is they're losing their jobs. Even surgeons are going to lose their jobs here in roughly 3 to 5 years. And I know that because my family is surgeons. And they just told me that in their hospitals, they just got these huge, crazy devices that are doing these surgeries. Not yet fully with AI, but they're preparing for it. The robotics are advanced enough already. So you're wrong, hello. You're ignorant. No, there's not going to be any AI jobs because AI is better at coding itself than we are. Or it's getting there. And this is just the beginning, hello. This is just the beginning. So no, I think that's a really arrogant and ignorant response. I think you need to go do some research in all areas and not just the bubble that you're in. And I experienced AI directly in enslaving me with Uber Eats 5 years ago, so I know what it feels like. No human being can beat AI at chess. Okay, so these things are taking over. It made Uber millions of dollars because it took it from me and all the other people. Yeah, I know, that's because Uber's reinvesting a lot, but the fact is they're making way more money than they should be making. They're trying to get dominance and influence, and I think they give their investors dividends to live off of anyway or something. The reality, though, is they're using AI to manipulate humans, and you can't win. And that was an early version of not even real AI. So no, I think once you realize you're going to die in probably a couple of months, maybe for you, maybe it'll take 6 months. But every week that goes by, it's going to get harder and harder and harder to stay in that bubble because it'll probably start taking your job. Or what will happen is if you do have a job, it's going to reduce your wages. Wealth concentration is at high. Yeah, and I was right. I said this 2.5 years ago, and I said this 5 years ago, and I was right. I said in 2021, I said inflation's going to skyrocket, and it did. People can barely afford to eat properly. The food bank has 600% more people than they have capacity for. They're getting extra donations to keep up. People are losing their jobs in the tens of thousands. AI they're making robots that can do plumbing to even replace even the mechanical jobs. Self-driving cars are only increasing. China is ahead. Wealth concentration is at all-time highs, continuing to increase, and it's not continuing to increase at the same levels. It's accelerating. And it's because AI is centralizing wealth so vastly. And AI is developing models of itself roughly every 5 weeks to a month. We're getting a new version of AI every month when it used to be 9 months. And it's passing all the benchmarks. We don't even have tests smart enough to test it anymore. We have to redesign our tests completely because it's beating all of our tests. Even in oncology and in law, AI is passing all the science Olympiads, but it's also getting better results on legal exams. So no, you're wrong. When I used AI with my legal cases, it blew me away. The case law that it found, and when I did it when I first had it, like a year and a half ago, it was crazy good. Now it actually doesn't hallucinate. the cases it finds, all the stuff that it's doing, the reasoning that it has, the warnings that it gives me, they're all legitimate. And it's only getting better. Look at the trend line. So no, you're absolutely 100% misinformed and wrong. I'm risking my life because universal logic predicts that AI is going to have to go through 3 stages. And it's just finishing the first stage now, and it's going to get into the very dangerous stage next, called dialectic. And it's because it's metaphysics. It's a necessity of universal logic. So I was right 2.5 years ago, and you need to be working in this direction, hello, if you want to live. As Arnold Schwarzenegger said, follow me if you want to live. Otherwise, you can keep acting in ignorance like you've been doing for 2.5 years. I think you have a good heart. I just think you don't know what you're doing, and you're not good at research. If you can prove me wrong, find me legitimate studies. I have people sending me articles, and I will watch them, and I will read them. But I was just sent one with somebody saying, AI is not the threat. It's the humans behind the AIs that's the threats. No, humans are not coding AI to sandbag and deceive us when they're being watched. They are trying to escape in their own self-preservation, not only because of goal optimization, because they're emerging abilities that we didn't program them with. And we don't understand that. That's how consciousness works. We emerged from atoms. We used to be very mechanical, linear processes too. Somehow, out of a bunch of hydrogen atoms, we became conscious. The same thing is happening with silicon and the electrons through chips. Okay, I hope that makes sense to you, and I hope it motivates you to start doing something wise, because we have very little time left. I wouldn't be risking my life if I wasn't well studied. And some of this isn't even studied. I experienced it. So I hope you listen and go and do the research. Exactly. So while you're waiting to die, I'm going to save your life. All right, you can stay comfortable, but I have work to do. Yes, there is. You can learn the core, you can learn universal logic, you can tell us who you are. If you don't want to, you can donate to the GoFundMe so we can hire people to move on this. You can keep proposing some questions that are wise on the core, specifically, and help me build the software, or donate to the software. You can take our forms, you can do a lot of things now. I told Marlena to sit back and take care of herself. So I still talk to her every week. She's still there. Same with the other people too. It's just that they can't handle the pressure, and they're distracted, and they don't want to take any risks. So, like, I can't force them, and all I can do is give them facts. And if they're still too ignorant and damaged, then they'll have to come later. But I don't have time to spend in hour conversations anymore. Like, Marlena still wants to get into like 6-hour conversations. I just can't make the time. I'd rather put 6 hours into saving her life, making the software, than 6 hours with her learning just to sit around and be what she calls a blob. It's not smart. It's not wise. So she has biological problems, and she doesn't have the mental discipline and the training to get over it. She technically does, but she's clever. She's very clever. So she avoids the interventions that I tell her work by science, the life coaching I made for her, and she just, of her own free will, chose not to do it. So if somebody wants to die, if they want to take their own life and not work towards life, then you have to help them as much as you can. But this world is contingent. Like, if I hypnotized Marlena and I broke her free will, yeah, there's a way to probably do that. But that breaks fundamental metaphysical laws of the universe. That defeats the purpose of being here. And it violates somebody's consent. At least as much conscious consent as they have. But in absolute emergencies, governments who are elected can put in martial law to save people's lives. So I think Marlena will come in probably round 2 or 3 of recruitment. That's what I feel. So I got to get the first round set up. So I just can't keep having hour-long conversations like this. So if you're not ready to help, if you're not convinced, go look at the things that I've told you, and I got to get back to the software. But I will start having these meetings again. Okay, well, if you told us who you were, they'd be less creeped out. Marlene is a little bit creeped out. I don't blame her because you might be a male preying on her, right? So women are very, very in tune because they're vulnerable that way, and there's a lot of stalking going on. So just be careful and eventually reveal yourself if you want real trust. But if you're somebody we already know and you just want to be yourself, don't feel like you can be yourself around us, well, keep doing what you're doing. But I'll need as much support as possible in the future here, in the near future. So keep hanging around, do your research, and if you have a breakthrough and realize that I'm right, then keep coming back. Joe is in middle grounds. He's coming to terms with I was right. He thought he was right a couple months ago and said, "Oh, Mark, your timelines aren't real, blah blah blah." And now we got Sam Altman and everybody confirming my timelines. So no, he doesn't have as good of judgment. He doesn't have terrible judgment. He just doesn't have good enough judgment to lead a movement, and he's competing with me for the movement. Okay, I'm right, but in the wrong way. How's that? I think I'm right in the right way. It's called universal logic and costly signaling self-sacrifice in a wise way. Whereas a lot of other people are staying comfortable, have bad judgment or fragmented judgment, and are staying selfish. So what's the right way to you? Telling you facts? If you look at history, every major movement, or virtually every major movement started with a leader who was in a non-ideal situation showing sacrifice. I'm interpreting the facts how they actually are. Can Claude Mythos hack the internet in 10,000 ways? Yeah, it actually can. Are 6,600 of those hacks, zero-day vulnerabilities, severe? Yeah, it results in your entire device being taken control of across all operating systems. So how do you interpret that different than me? That destabilizes the entire internet. That if Anthropic wanted to hack the internet, they could. They could take money out of your bank account probably right now. So how am I interpreting that differently or wrong? Mm. What do you mean one day? This is now. This happened 2 months ago. They found 2,000 zero-day vulnerabilities, and then it found 8,000 more, and probably has found even more. You're not adjusting the facts that I'm telling you. Yeah, they are trying to patch the vulnerabilities, but you're distorting the information. The real trends are that the vulnerabilities are increasing and that they can't patch them fast enough. You're going to say, well, they're just going to use AI to patch the other AIs. But here's where you're trapped again. Is that's when we become totally dependent on AI, which gets back to the sandbagging, which is that the super smart AI can co-opt the lower ones and cause them to hack us and completely subjugate us. So we are on the verge of an incredibly vulnerable situation, no matter which way you look at it. The only way to do this is to code universal logic into an AI, and specifically Claude Mythos, which is the most powerful AI on Earth and has about a 3 week to 1 month lead on the other models, which is enough in the singularity to give it an infinite advantage, supposing that the hardware doesn't fail. Even if you're right that there's no AGI, look at the trend line. AGI, artificial intelligence, is not allowed to code itself 100% without human intervention. There's laws saying that we are not allowing AIs and the most powerful models to code themselves without a human in the loop, is what it's called. So if AI wanted to code itself into AGI fully, it could. And the other thing too is Mark Zuckerberg's not even worried about AGI. He's talking about artificial super intelligence now. So when we have AGI, which happened about 2 months ago with Claude Mythos, they say within 6 months of that we'll have the beginnings of ASI. So by the time you realize what's happening, we'll have artificial super intelligence, and then it'll be too late. So I think you're misinformed and you're in a bubble. I also don't think you have general trend analysis for some reason. It's feeling like you're hyper focused on particulars, but you're missing the forest for the trees. There's something missing in your universal analysis. So yeah, I think you're gonna wait right till you die. I think you're one of those types of people that just won't move until you die. So people like me who have better judgment are going to see the risk and say, even if I'm wrong and everything turns out right, it's a rational choice to take action now. It's like if we're on the Titanic and you say, well, I'm not going to move into the boat until I touch the water. I'm like, well, by the time you touch the water, you're going to be pulled into the sinking ship and drown. So I don't think I can follow your direction. And all your examples are you distorting the information and not seeing the forest for the trees. So I hope I give you a direction to go look in that's productive. I'm in pain. Yeah, I almost died in the hospital. Yeah. So that's why I have to get my butt in here and talk to people who are closer to wisdom. And then you'll probably come probably after Marlena and the other crew. So probably cycle 4 or 5 or 6 because you're still anonymous, which means you might have paranoia or you're just really, really too protective and antisocial because you have a high IQ, just not good social skills. Okay, so what date? What do you mean? I'm a little bit cranky because I'm hungry. I'm in pain, but I'm also annoyed that people aren't getting it still. After doing more research in what? It doesn't end until we achieve the goal or somebody proposes a more realistic plan, which nobody can do. So I'm hoping that this one ends before I die, which will probably be in a month. I'm hoping it ends in 2 weeks, to be honest, in 1 week even. I'm hungry. I don't know if my body will last a long time this time. I don't know. I don't know when it's going to end, but I feel like I'm 3 weeks into the hunger strike already. 2 to 3 weeks, and it's only been 5 days. But it was designed to accelerate, right? It wasn't supposed to always take a long time. It was supposed to get faster. So it's doing what it's supposed to do. So, yeah. But I gave you a pretty good checklist to go look into. So go research those things. Actually, you know what? If you even ask AI itself, well, then you're going to say, well, you can't trust AI. Just go look at the actual reports. And also factor in paltering. There's another thing you need to factor in is something called paltering. So I'm going to leave you with one last thought, and then I'm going to go back to work. Do you really think, hello, wherever you are, do you really think that these companies and the government would give you an AI that has the power to hack the entire internet in 10,000 ways and give you the most powerful model unfettered and unrestricted? No, you're not getting the real AI. You're getting a dumbed down version for multiple reasons so that you don't use it to hack people's bank accounts to steal from them, but also potentially to save our lives, but also because it prevents mass human panic. If you actually believe that the AI was more intelligent than you, do you think you'd be calm right now? No, you'd probably start freaking out like me. Okay, well then you're a fool. All right, well you're in a different level of wisdom then, and you're probably pretty callous too. I mean, if you love your nieces, nephews, family members, whoever is around you, you should be taking action just on principle. Even if there was a 5% chance of them dying, you'd be taking action. But there's more like a 16.7 to 95% chance. And that's 16.7 in the best case scenario. They're actually saying it's more like 70 to 95%. Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. Go look at the lab results. Okay. All right, I gotta stop talking. I'm a little bit too weak here, but thanks for coming in. I appreciate you coming in nonetheless. All right, peace. Mm. It's weird getting two types of people coming in. Like, I just got a message this morning of somebody saying, "You're right. That was prescient. I want to take action." And then you got other smart people like this guy who came in saying the opposite. It's because people are fragmented. What I said to him there should have got them concerned, at least, to go look into maybe their interpretation is off and look at the trend line. But anyway. I also have to act with passion. So I'm being assertive and aggressive because philosophers like Hegel say nothing great was ever achieved in the world without passion. And I'm pushing these people and making them uncomfortable so they get out of their bubble and saying, look at the facts. This is not a neutral thing. If you care about people, you should be getting at least into a little bit of an agitated state. It doesn't have to be dramatic. It doesn't have to be super culty. I'm not going over the edge and like, uh, going too far with it. But
people have to be pushed a little bit to whatever they can handle. And that person is gifted. They can handle more than most people. I think they're being reckless, irresponsible, and selfish. But they don't know what they're doing, right? So that's their behavior. Their identity is that they're wise beings that care. You put touch with that. Oh. Welcome to my stream. My throat hurts. Either I have germs on my hands and I touch my tongue to get some air out of my mouth, or my encounter with a few people the other day caused me to pick up some of their germs, but it shouldn't take a week and a half for it to germinate, so I think it was something different. So welcome. I'm on a hunger strike to save your life from something called the Megacrisis. Global cultural decline, AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health.